Welcome to Dead Man Talking. Big welcome to all of you brand new subscribers as well. Welcome to the family. Hope you enjoyed the channel. Don't forget to check out the playlists for true stories, compilations, and also all the rest of the content. As ever, if you have a story yourself that you want to share, please do get it over to myself at dmtforestofear@gmail.com. Without further ado, let's get into tonight's story, entitled My Friend and I Transported a Body. Let's get straight into that. For the most part, Tallahassee, Florida is a safe town. Just not where I grew up. Not in Frenchtown. Frenchtown was one of the oldest and brokest neighbourhoods in the city. My parents worked long hours at their shit jobs just to support me as much as they could. Just to keep us in our little one-storey home on Golden Street. I was just a wide-eyed 16-year-old kid at the time, like a young gunslinger. I was confident and radiant, handsome if unathletic, lanky with average height, decent clothes and shoes, but not enough to be considered fly. My soulful eyes complemented my hollow cheekbones. I was like a less muscular Anthony McKay. So yeah, I got laid from time to time. At this point my grades were okay, but not good enough for college. I liked writing but was never passionate about it. Honestly, back then I didn't have any ambitions in much of anything, except for quick sex and quick cash. I don't know. I guess most 16-year-olds were the same. All of us like wandering souls in search of a dream. Too caught up in peer pressure and trends to care about our own individuality. I, Mason Hale, was no different. And neither was my buddy Tyler, for the matter. He was cool and handsome, but still a shithead teen. Just more obnoxious and louder than me. Like the street-smart best friend all over class juvenile delinquents had growing up. At 16, I could drive, and I had some freedom with my mum and dad working the late shift. So naturally, Tyler liked tagging along with me on our wild weekends. Bored with Frenchtown, we'd started venturing out to Wilson Green, more of the blue-collar district. The people here dressed a lot nicer than in Frenchtown. They lived better, and yes, they had partied better. I'm talking better drugs, bigger parties, and just all-round sexier people. We call it the Beverly Hills of Tallahassee's hoods. Because of me, we managed to get into Hayden Hammond's parties. Hayden was the big fish of Wilson Green's small pond. More like Big Boss, actually. Hayden's lavish lifestyle and high income made him stand out like royalty. And like royalty, he had power in the form of some tough motherfucking bodyguards. Most of the people in Wilson were well aware he dealt serious drugs, and ran all the gang shit out there. But, if anything, such notoriety made him a bit of a folk hero. And why wouldn't it, considering Hayden gave his neighbours better and easier jobs than the local government ever could. My connection with Hammond went back to my older sister, Sophia. She worked with him back in 2008 to 2009. I was positive he had a crush on her, honestly. I was positive there'd been more than just business partners. At the time, there was some minor drama since Frenchtown had its own sloppy gang. I'm talking mostly just 30-year-old burnouts and SoundCloud rappers trying to play hard, like middle schoolers proud of themselves for selling dime bags. Needless to say, our Frenchtown neighbours harassed Sophia constantly, to the point where some bitch next door snitched on her. Sophia ended up getting 15 years in a Garsden correctional facility. The snitch got a bullet to the pussy and forehead from Hayden's crew. Sophia was almost 10 years older than me, so I never understood her involvement too well, or how she refused every plea deal, much to my parents' disappointment. Through it all, she stayed loyal to Hayden. Then again, maybe she didn't have a choice. Any squealing from her would have meant a death sentence for our entire family. Yet, like a big brother I never had, Hayden reached out to me during junior year. He'd invite me and Tyler over to hang out with the boys. I gotta say, Frenchtown was no damn Wilson Green. Every Friday and Saturday night spent at Hayden's spot was like winning a lottery ticket to Willy Wonka's, only with alcohol, marijuana, and pussy rather than colourful candy. These motherfuckers knew how to party, even when they gave me and Tyler shit about Frenchtown. Hayden and his crew made us feel comfortable. And over time, Hayden trusted us. I mean, he knew we were broke as shit and alienated high schoolers. So, like a charitable politician, he'd hand us jobs. No, Tyler and me weren't fucking gangsters or whatever. We just did simple shit like selling pots at school, or telling the crew all about the shitty Frenchtown gang. Not that Wilson Green had anything to worry about in this lopsided rivalry. And at the end of the day, we weren't doing the serious shit that got Sophia in trouble. We were all friends. We got to go to Hayden's parties, and the shit was easy money. Like steady small-time crooks, Tyler and me did this for months, all the way up to our latest job. In the cold heart of January, Hayden wanted us to pick up some shit from Marianna, Florida. It was only a 40-minute drive, and I could just use my car. But still, this wasn't just selling pot to a 20-year-old high schooler. Like an advanced quest for 2 novice nights, this task seemed bigger and more important. $200 apiece for me and Tyler was bigger pay too. But there was never really any pressure on us to do this for some gang initiation bullshit. The boys in Wilson Green weren't about that, and definitely not Hayden Hammond. There were never any offers to join the gang or commit violence. Hayden had a heart. So Hayden gave us the address, and on a Saturday afternoon, me and Tyler rode down to Marianna together. All we knew was we were supposed to meet one of Hayden's old boys, Brady, down there. He'd have the shit, and then we'd ride back with us to deliver it in Tally. Brady would tell us where we needed to go. There was only one demand. We had to go back in Tally by nightfall, or else we wouldn't get paid shit. Hayden was adamant about this. So me and Tyler couldn't fuck this up, even if my 1998 Corolla was unreliable as shit, and even if we'd be stuck fighting through the January cold like sleigh dogs, and even though nighttime hit us a lot quicker in these winter months, me and Tyler still had to stay focused. On the way to Marianna, we did our best to stay relaxed. Me and Tyler both wore gloves and dark hoodies. Pretty severe winter clothes for North Florida, but hey, January could get fucking cold, even in the daytime, and my car's heater was horrible. The Corolla's radio, about the only fucking thing that worked. I had to even hit the speedometer and gas meter from time to time just to get an accurate update. The trip was easy, a straight shot from Tally to Marianna, all on a populated 4-lane highway. A new highway without any potholes or out-of-place deer running around. The Corolla like a ship cruising on smooth ocean water. We made great timing. At around 5:15 I pulled into one of those Marianna State Cavern's more desolate parking lots. And there, already waiting for us, was Brady. He stood outside a beat-up mum van. Brady was far from a mum. Far from a parent, for that matter. Considering his rugged, pitbull-like face, steroid-fueled muscles bulging from his brown skin, and the 20 pounds of gold chains he wore, I wasn't even sure if the cat was human. More like a prison caricature brought to life by Dr. Frankenstein. Leaning out from the passenger's window, Tyler waved at the man. "Yo, what's up?" Tyler said with a cringy friendliness of an obvious suburban father. For a reply, Brady spat at our car. He turned and walked back to the van. Tyler and me shared uneasy looks, and as his represent played for our silent dread as we shivered in the cold. "Open the trunk," a harsh voice commanded us. Turning, we saw Brady standing by the van's back seat, both of his gloved hands held on something hidden in the van's darkness. The vehicle's tinted windows offered us no glimpse of whatever the hell we were about to bring back to Tally. Brady's glare locked in on me. "Open it now, god damn it!" Nervous, I popped the trunk, but my stomach felt empty and soulless, like I just pressed on a red nuclear button. Brady then pulled a large black garbage bag out of the van, a heavy bag at that, and even from here I could tell it wasn't for groceries or trash. I just prayed it was roadkill. Leaning out the window, Tyler faced Brady. "Do you need any help?" "Shut the fuck up," Brady yelled. Tyler slunk back in the car like a scolded child. Represent kept playing, and for the first time ever, Tyler nor I were joining in on the chorus. Just awkward silence. In the evening's fading daylight, I watched Brady tote the huge bag with both hands beneath it. He carried it like a bulk TV. He didn't even look at us once, and I was kind of glad he didn't. Brady heaved the bag into the Corolla's trunk, and I felt the whole car shake, as if an earthquake had erupted. "What the fuck is he doing?" Tyler whispered to me. My nervous eyes glanced over at the rearview mirror. I don't know. Like the pounding of a judge's gavel, Brady slammed the trunk shut. Oh boy, Tyler muttered. Armed with a scowl, Brady swung the door open and hopped in the back seat. He sat right in the middle, right where he could hone that glare on me and Tyler, right where he could oversee us like an evil drill sergeant. Just our luck. Drive, Brady said in a low growl. He retrieved his phone and typed in an address. Following orders, I pulled out of the parking lot. Where do I need to go? I asked. Where else? Tallahassee, you idiot. I glanced towards the rearview mirror. More unease hit me. The mum van was now following us, guided by a mysterious driver that me and Tyler hadn't seen before. And like an undercover squad car, the van stayed on us with discreet closeness. Amused, Brady followed my gaze. Don't worry about him. That's just Lee. Tyler confronted Brady. Does Hayden know? With ferocity, Brady slapped the shit out of Tyler's headrest. Tyler jumped back like a frightened kid. He's Hayden's boy, Brady yelled. Now shut the fuck up and don't look at me, arsehole. Rattled, Tyler flashed me another scared look. Doing my best to suppress my own fear, I just gave him a slight nod. This wasn't easy, $200 after all. In silence, Represent sounded like a funeral hymn. Turn that shit off too, growled Brady. From my perspective, I could just see Tyler's rage simmer as he grumbled. But behind those quivering eyes, I knew he wasn't going to do shit. And neither was I. Sorry, I said. Like a hen-pecked husband, I turned off the radio. Now we really sat in funeral silence. Just listen to what I say, and we'll finish this shit, Brady said. His eyes drifted over toward a window, toward the fading sun. And go faster, god damn it! We've got to get there by night! Too scared to even face Brady, Tyler shifted in his seat. I turned onto the 4-lane highway. Sure enough, the mum van followed me step for step, like an ugly spaceship hot on my trail. Turn on Thorn Road, Brady barked. Uncertain, I looked at him through the rearview mirror. But the highway's faster. Wielding his iPhone like a knife, Brady pointed it right at me. Do what I say, arsehole. Like a little lapdog, I followed orders. Again. So we turned on the Thorn Road, a rural 2-lane, blacktop surrounded by woods and devoid of houses. Not to mention cell phone service. Our trip now padded an extra 10 minutes. Brady cackled like a confident crook. The highway? Boy, you fucking crazy? We ain't trying to get caught, you fucking idiot. Lee stayed in hot pursuit. Our vehicle's the only signs of life in this North Florida galaxy of emptiness. The towering trees blocked out that little sunlight that was left, not to mention whatever warmth we'd had during the day. Now I had to flick on those weak-ass headlights and saw Tyler shiver as he pulled his hoodie in closer. The Corolla felt like a sleigh ride through the North Pole at this point. The goddamn heater never worked. Annoyed, Brady checked his phone. Go faster, man. God damn. Like an office drone refusing to confront their boss from hell, I gritted my teeth. Me and Tyler both. I'm trying, I said. Leaning in closer, Brady glared at the speedometer. Man, what is this? The speedometer was stuck at 50 miles per hour, like the cold air had frozen it in place. Only I knew the real reason. My car was a piece of shit. Getting angrier by the second, Brady's hand motioned toward the meter. This bitch ain't even working. Fix it, motherfucker! Panicking, I gave the meter a hard slap. Brady stole a nervous look outside, toward the fading sun. God damn, we ain't got much time! Like a reanimated Corolla, the speedometer jolted back to life, back to 70 miles per hour. And much to my horror, so did the gas meter. We had less than a gallon left, and the emergency low gas icon was on now. Full of unease, I realised we barely had enough to get to tally, if we were lucky. Brady looked straight at the gas meter, right at the alarming yellow light. What the fuck? You ain't got no gas, man? Tyler glared at Brady. Hey, just chill. Brady lunged at Tyler, making him flinch. No, this is fucking serious, arsehole. I think we've got enough, I said. Aggravated, Brady bellowed at me. Enough. We damn sure better, or else both of y'all getting fucked tonight. I promise you that. Our nerves were working overtime. Tyler and I glanced at each other. Yeah, you heard me, Brady said. Y'all ain't seen what a pissed off Hayden will do. Like an agitated father, he gave me a slight shove on the back of the head. I don't give a fuck who you're related to. I grimaced in fear. This crazy motherfucker knew my name. He knew all about me. Sadistic, Brady flashed me a smile brighter than a van's headlights lurking behind us. So I suggest you drive a little faster, Mason. Focused, I mashed the gas pedal. We now hit 80, and every bump and pothole made us briefly airborne. Like a desperate bootlegger racing through the wilderness, I kept cruising down Thorn Road, all while the van stayed a few feet behind us like a starved monster in pursuit, and while the sky only grew darker and darker. Brady checked his phone. Fucking hurry, shithead! Glaring, I kept my eyes on the road. The yellow low gas light kept hitting me like a taunt, and one that wouldn't go away anytime soon, much like Brady's onslaught of insults. Go, bitch! Brady yelled. You and your friend want to fucking die tonight? His restless eyes avoiding me, Tyler did his best to stare at his iPhone. He trembled so bad he couldn't even hold the phone steady. The cold air kept my hands frozen to the wheel. The van's headlights forever followed us, but I didn't say a word. I just fucking drove. And then, finally, we saw life. Lights up ahead, city lights. We were in Tally, and with minutes of daylight left to spare. Brady checked his phone. Hurry, there's just a few more miles. I stole a look up at the sky. Like an eager understudy, the full moon looked ready to replace the sun, and darkness was upon us. In town, the streetlights were already on. Several businesses already closed, but I didn't care. I knew we had to be close. We were already near David's auto shop and a couple of familiar laundromats. I knew we had to be close. We were already near David's auto shop and a couple of familiar laundromats. Me and Tyler's neck of the woods. Like a timekeeper, Brady's scowl stayed on his phone, on Google Maps. Take a left at the light, he barked. I turned left on yellow, and I realised we were in Sheila Street, right near our ratchet communal playground. We were in Frenchtown. And like a conjoined twin, the omnipresent van remained close behind, keeping its usual distance and matching our speed. The Corolla's low fuel light began beeping, incessant, irritating beeps. Keep driving, Brady yelled. Anxious, Tyler looked out the windows. He saw what I saw. We were now in darkness, surrounded by night. Go, man, Tyler pleaded. I could feel the Corolla lose control, losing life. Like a horse giving way to dehydration, the car began to sputter. The blinking yellow light kept flickering. Its beeps formed a maddening soundtrack. Through the frenzy, I scanned the neighbourhood. I recognised these houses. I passed by them every day. Not even the dark could hide their hideous appearance. The mouldy homes, the cluttered yards, the eyesore cars, the decrepit duplexes. Yeah, this was Frenchtown. Come on, I heard a panicking Tyler yell. The car slowed to a crawl. The van behind us did the same. Up in the sky, the full moon beamed down on me like an unforgiving spotlight. Brady pointed to the left, pulling over there. I looked over and saw a narrow alleyway, tucked in between an abandoned house and a ghetto church. Right there? I asked. Yeah, just fucking turn, Brady replied. Turn off the goddamn lights. Making a hard turn, I pulled right into the alleyway. One quick hit flicked off the headlights. Shit, Tyler exclaimed. Between deep breaths, he looked up at the sky. I think we made it. Close enough, son, Brady commented. He lowered his phone. Google Maps was no longer on his screen. I killed the engine. With an agonising groan, the Corolla entered a well-deserved slumber. Deep in my over-worried guts, I knew we'd made it on fumes. Shivering, I gazed up at the glowing moon. Even more cold air now drifted into the car, and the Corolla was no match for this January night. So what now? Tyler asked Brady. In a sudden flourish, Brady retrieved a pistol from his pants pocket. Now this, he said with a smile. Whoa, what the fuck? Tyler yelled. Frightened, I confronted Brady's wide smile. The gun stared back at me with a malicious intent. Brady's grip steady, even in the cold. Yo really thought we weren't going to take you too? Brady teased. Smirking, he turned. Like an indifferent ship, the van cruised on by. What the hell? Brady cried, unusual panic in his voice. He leaned in closer toward the back window. Nothing but our slums greeted him. What the fuck? Lee! Tyler grabbed my arm. Let's go. He whispered as best as he could. Tyler's voice impossible to be discreet, just like his personality. Reacting faster than an assassin, Brady aimed the weapon back at us. Stay right there, he yelled. We didn't move a muscle. Trembling, Brady grabbed his phone. What the fuck's he doing? Held at gunpoint, all Tyler and I could do was exchange nervous glances. Together, we shivered from the cold and from the dread. Brady's phone buzzed to life, an incoming call. In a frenzy, he answered. Lee, where the hell are you? He yelled. Even in his mercy, I could tell Brady wasn't the same confident sociopath he was earlier. Now, he was a panicking mad scientist rather than an arrogant one. The fucker was shivering from fear. Sweat even flowed down his face. He no longer held the gun in a confident grip either. He looked fucking scared. Look, man, don't leave me! Don't leave me! Brady screamed. Full of fear, he turned toward the back window once more. I'll pay you off! Man, I swear! Tell Hayden I can pay him back! The car shook. A hard shake, like a frantic movement on a shitty rowboat. Only I wasn't so sure it was just from Brady's panic. Behind uneasy eyes, Tyler faced me. What the fuck? I don't know, I muttered. Brady looked up out the windshield, up toward a full moon that was glowing like a neon sign. Oh fuck. Brady yelled into the phone. Oh no! Oh fuck! You can't fucking do this to me! That wasn't part of the plan! Lee! It was supposed to be just Frenchtown! God damn it! What the fuck's going on here? Tyler demanded. Angry, Brady put the gun to his face. Shut the fuck up! His outburst faded to vulnerable horror. No! No! Brady yelled into his phone. He lowered his iPhone, his helpless eyes glued to the home screen. Lee had hung up. Don't leave me! Don't leave me out here! Cautious, Tyler reached toward him. Look, man, I don't know what's going on. More defensive than a pit bull, Brady pointed the gun at us. Stay back! Stay back! Tears formed in his eyes, and his whole body was quivering, the trigger finger included. Tyler threw his hands up. Okay, man, okay. Fuck this. We gotta get out of here, Brady yelled. He reached for the backseat door handle. Come on! Like a huge knife, a long, hairy arm emerged through the back seat, and like a javelin, it shot right through Brady's chest. Blood shot out all over the Corolla in a messy red paint job. And like the arm was offering us a gift, bits of pulpy intestines clung to the clawed hand. The claws were extended and sharp, the arm's dark hair now coated in crimson. Lurching forward, blood spurted from Brady's mouth, his dying eyes staring right at us, and finally he let go of the gun. Oh fuck! Tyler yelled in terror. Horrified, we both stared at the sight. Brady's weak hands grasped at the muscular arm. Like a tumour, the arm appeared to grow from within his body. By now, blood spewed from Brady like a grisly fountain. And then with a sudden quickness, the arm drew itself back. Nothing was there now except the gaping grisly hole in Brady's chest. Grasping at his wounds, Brady fell against my headrest. Clumps of wild hair and bits of his intestines scattered throughout my car like vomit. Brady's mouth moved but couldn't utter a word. Not through all that blood. Tyler lunged back. Whoa, fuck! A bellowing howl erupted from within the Corolla. A howl full of irate anger. A hungry howl. And one that echoed right from the giant hole in my back seat. Right from the trunk. Tyler grabbed my arm. What the hell's that, man? Under the moonlight, the monster tore its way through the rest of the back seat. A storm of blood and ripped fabric erupted inside. And there, in the trunk, a pair of red eyes stared back at us. Saliva poured from a huge mouth. Fueled by immense force, the werewolf lunged out to kill, and one quick swipe from a clawed hand ripped Tyler's face right off. His peeled flesh dangled like torn wrapping paper. Tyler's face nothing more than a red smorgasbord, just eyes and exposed muscle. I cried out, horrified. His dying arms flailing about, and Tyler fell straight into the back seat. Upon impact, his flayed face got smashed into a pile of mushy goo. Like a hungry child, the werewolf jammed its furry hands into his mouth and savoured the taste of my best friend's flesh. Seeing the creature's eyes glow with excitement, I knew. The food must have been finger-licking good. Craving more, the monster lunged straight into Brady's dead neck. The werewolf's mouth, mammoth teeth ripping out a fucking chunk as if he was tearing into a piece of chicken. And he was such a messy eater. Blood sprayed all over my face, but I didn't even flinch. Both the terror and cold petrified me. The werewolf slurped up the stringier flesh. He howled with glee before tearing out another juicy chunk. The fucker had himself a real moonlight dinner. And then the monster focused those eerie red eyes right on me. In a sickening epiphany, I realised this was the body we picked up earlier, the man in the bag. I could even still see pieces of black plastic stuck to the bloodied fur. His torn collared shirt and jeans still stuck to the 6-foot creature as well. Sensing my fear, the werewolf lunged right on top of me. My back hit the steering wheel and a brief pathetic horn blared, but I knew it was a noise no one would ever hear. Leaning over me, the excited creature revealed an elongated mouth. Rows and rows of his sharp teeth greeted my horrified eyes, not to mention his heavy, panting, dripped saliva all over me. I could feel his thick fur brush against me, the moist blood stick to my skin, and this up close and personal, I could see how fucking sharp those claws really were. His muscles bulging, the werewolf tilted his head back and let out a ferocious howl, a manoeuvre made to scare me even more than I already was, and it fucking worked. Cowering like a timid soldier, I turned away. "Oh God!" I cried, and with great force the werewolf grabbed me by the throat. Behind hungry eyes, he leaned in closer toward my vulnerable face. His claws were ready to sink in, as were the fangs that only seemed to grow longer. Cringing, I closed my eyes and braced for the fatal blow. "Holy shit!" an obnoxious voice yelled, a booming voice. Startled, me and the werewolf both looked out the back window. A couple of people now stood near the Corolla, all of them high as a kite and dressed like they were rap video rejects. All of them from the Frenchtown gang. "What the fuck is that?" another one of the posers screamed. Making my move, I pushed the werewolf back and swung open the door. I knew I'd caught the bitch off guard, but I could still feel a brush of air hit me when his frenetic paw just missed my neck. Like a frustrated young animal, the monster cried out into the night. Fueled by adrenaline, I ran out into the alleyway. The creature's long, shrill howl followed me. "Yo, what the fuck's that, man?" one of the Frenchtown boys hurled at me. But I didn't stick around. I ran all the way back to the hood, far away from that goddamn Corolla. Behind me, I heard a disturbing soundtrack. I heard the werewolf's heavy footsteps, his howls, his growls, and the terrified yells of all of those teens. Not to mention the sounds of struggle and the eerie sudden silence that blanketed the alley soon after. I didn't turn around until I was in the middle of the street, back in civilization. I looked back at the alley, and to my rising horror, I realised I wasn't even safe in my own stomping grounds. The alleyway's bloodbath lied before me. My Corolla's exterior matched the interior. All blood and flesh, not to mention the many scattered severed limbs draped across my car like horrific hood ornaments. Most of the limbs gnawed with brutal precision. About my only solace from the terrifying sight was that the werewolf was gone. He hadn't followed after me, but my triumph was short-lived when I heard that guttural howl erupt throughout Frenchtown. Overcome with fear, I looked up at the dark sky, and like a smirking god, the full moon shined bright upon me. In a disturbing soundtrack, I could hear screams surround me, men, women, children. Lights cut on in every home in a frenetic pattern. The community was in panic, and the agonising screams only grew louder and more collective to form a tormented chorus. Tears formed in my eyes. A harsh breeze chilled me to the bone, and my disturbed soul was twisted in knots, so twisted it may as well have been a noose around my neck. No, this wasn't police brutality, or a drive-by, or a street brawl. Hayden Hammond had unleashed a monster in my neighbourhood. As if the rivalry wasn't lopsided enough, Wilson Green wanted to take us out for good. Me and Tyler were the pawns. The monster was Hayden's closer. Somehow, My family and I came out safe during a Frenchtown rampage. Or at least, that's what the press dubbed it. They blamed the massacre on all the gang violence, and there weren't many witnesses alive to tell the truth, and those that did were just written off as drunks and liars. You know, just your average racist stereotype. I knew no one would ever believe me either, not even my own parents. I still feel guilty about what happened to Tyler. Without my best friend, I had no one to turn to anymore, no one to enjoy life with again. And after all that horrible violence, I couldn't even face this community again. Not Frenchtown, not Wilson Green, none of it. About the only good thing to come out of the tragedy was that I managed to turn my life around. I'm now attending a college at UCF, close enough to still see my parents, yet far enough away to still feel safe from the memories. I'm thinking I'll major in English. After all, I've got plenty of stories to tell, especially the horror story that defined my life on that terrifying night in January. Sometimes I do wonder if all these murders were the result of gang warfare. And honestly, I wish they were. In a twisted way that'd be more comforting, more natural than what the fuck I witnessed. More comforting than the idea of a werewolf out there being used as an assassin. If the rampage was all just the work of gangs, I'd also feel better about my own predicament. You see, I know the events weren't just a dream or a nightmare. Something happened. Otherwise, there's no way I could have gotten these scratches on my neck. Scratches full of scars, more vivid and everlasting than my emotional trauma. At least, the scratches only bother me when the full moon is out. Just some minor jolts of pain here and there. The only problem is, I can never remember what happens on those long nights. Don't go outside during a super blood wolf moon. Let's get straight into that. I'm writing this with the curtains drawn, sitting in my living room with my lights on. I did a double check of all the locks in the house. I'll probably just stay up until I see the sunlight, because there is no chance I'll be able to sleep at this point. I hope you all had a chance to see the eclipse from a safe place. I didn't. As I mentioned before, tonight, January the 20th, there is a super blood wolf moon. Super because it's close, blood because it will be red, and wolf because some ancient lore and folktales speak of super wolf moons in January, during which strange things would happen, and people would change. I love watching events like this. I've always been fascinated by the moon and the power it holds. I began watching the phenomenon from my window, deciding only to go outside when it gets close to a total eclipse, given that it is currently minus 36 degrees Celsius. When the time came, I put on my jacket, 2 hats and some heavy-duty gloves, and my telescope, and went outside on my porch. It was viciously cold, and the wind was aggressive. The wind was so loud in my ears and sounded like a howl. Things on the street were banging, snow and ice were blown around like shrapnel, and I was already tearing up. After 3 minutes, I heard my automatic lock close behind me, shutting me out until I could open it from my phone. I was outside for a solid 20 minutes. The moon was almost in full eclipse when I started to hear rustling coming from between 2 houses across the street. I figured the wind had knocked over some bins or something. I looked back through my telescope at the moon. A moment later, I started to hear slow, rhythmic, squishing noises that you hear when you walk in deep snow. I lowered my scope to see something I cannot for the rest of my life explain. Emerging from the 2 houses was a dog, but not a normal dog. A huge dog, but it still didn't look normal. It was more of a wolf. I stared at it for a second, and it stared back. After a brief second, it suddenly stood up on its hind legs. This is when I turned to run back inside. I pushed on the door, only for it to be locked. I grabbed my phone from my pockets, ripping off my gloves and navigating to the lock app. It felt like it took hours to connect via Bluetooth. Any longer, and I don't know what I would have done. Luckily it connected fast, and I pushed my way inside. Once in, I slammed the heavy door and locked it. I sunk down to the floor, still trying to process what had just happened. I decided to take a peek outside through the camera on my smart doorbell. I froze as I saw the thing standing at the bottom of the steps on my porch. I didn't move as not to make a noise. I waited for what seemed like hours for it to turn and skulk back across the street. And just as I finally let out a deep breath, it turned back from the middle of the road as if it heard me. I froze, but then it turned and went back down on its front legs and disappeared between the houses. As much as I love to watch an eclipse, I think I'll be doing so from inside from now on, with the doors locked and the lights on. The wolves need to eat. Let's get straight into that. The wolves need to eat. I've grown up knowing that my whole life, knowing that the cellar door needs to never be touched. I can hear them down there, howling and growling. I can smell them too, the smell of their coats, pungent and animal-like. I have never seen them. Only mother and father are allowed down there, while my sister and I watch from above. Wide-eyed, our hair matted, and nails jagged. My sister grins. She has been down there once, the night of her 16th birthday. Tomorrow is my turn. The wolves need to eat. I know that if they do not eat, something bad will happen to us all. So I pinch my nose closed with one hand and slice meat with the other. It is why my sister is in the village right now, her hair done up, her nails clipped. The wolves need to eat. She brings home a man, tall and well dressed. His mouth puckers upon entering our house. I have become immune to the smell of rotted meat and damp and mildew. My sister coos, running her hand up and down his arm, whispering lies in his ear. She licks her lips, laughs, and then whispers the truth. He turns to leave, but I am there. I slit his throat. He turns to run, hands grasping at nothing. My sister shoves him. My hands are oil slick. The wolves need to eat. I shake, bile pouring out of my mouth. I crouched over the bucket. My sister wipes my forehead and my mother holds my hair. They fuss over me and tell me it's okay. My mother kisses my brow and she smells like death. I shove her back, leaving wet maroon handprints on her dirty white dress. My father slaps me. I am part of this family, keeper of the beasts. I cannot afford to be weak. I stand, shaky. My cheek stings. My hands have dried. My father embraces me yet I feel no warmth. He hands me a saw. The wolves need to eat. The man is heavy, even separated into 4 metal piles. My father throws open the cellar door. Our bare feet cause the boards to bend and creak. When my father reaches the last stair, he turns, walking towards the sounds of starving animals. Now that I am closer, I can hear better. The howling becomes ragged, more like screaming and animals calling. I can hear chains, but my father is too far ahead with the lantern for me to see them. The wolves. "Help us!" someone says weakly. I bump into my father. He drops the lamp. I can see them now. I don't want to. They're not wolves. They are people, women and children, men. They are thin, too thin, and on their spines are bruises and tattered fur. My father turns, emptying the buckets. They leap, long nails and teeth, trampling each other to feed on the flesh of the dead man. My father grins. The wolves need to eat. Where they hunt. Let's get straight into that. The bangs, all of them, their sounds, they awoke me. I bolted right up in my bed, looking around. I found nothing out of the ordinary. My mum was perfectly normal, all my things exactly where I'd left them. The half-empty glass of water still half empty, the comic book I was reading still unfinished. But those sounds, I had heard enough of them to know what they were. Gunshots. I had a cousin that worked for the law. Forehead James had fired enough for me to recognise them at the drop of a hat. He was called that because he had a huge scar across his forehead, which he had received in a supposed act of heroism. I stepped off my bed, still dazed and in a confusion as to what was going on. We had recently moved to the suburbs of a small town, so there's always a risk of bandits raiding our neighbourhood. I made my way downstairs, worried about Mum and Dad. The stairs creaked and groaned as if they were in pain as I made my way down. What I saw shocked me. Everything was in disarray. The furniture all torn up and dishes all broken. I know, I'm a heavy sleeper, but good heavens, this was just ridiculous. The wooden floor was lined with a river of blood leading outside. The nauseating smell of gunpowder filled my lungs as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Mum and Dad weren't in their room. I put on my jacket as I made my way out. I noticed something very bizarre. Tufts of grey fur all over the porch. I leaned in to examine it. They were covered in blood, and some of them were parallel to the trail of blood leading away. I started to follow it. The more I looked around, the more the events started to elude me. Everyone's front doors were wide ajar, and it seemed similar scuffles had taken place all over town. The fur and the occasional spots of blood were everywhere. If I were to describe to you what the situation reminded me of, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to a festival or carnival after it had ended? The town reeked of that similar feeling, as if a massive event had just transpired, and I was the only observer of its aftermath. The thought of how I could mindlessly slip through the entire thing bugged me incessantly. Still, oblivious, I noticed something on the ground a few feet ahead of me. It was very tiny. I approached the object as it glistened under the moonlit night, which is why it caught my eye in the first place. I leaned to pick it up and immediately dropped it. It was extremely hot to the touch and had burned my fingers somewhat. Some sort of shining piece of metal. It seemed as if it had broken off of something. As I was about to inspect it closely, I heard a blood-curdling howl. It sent a wave of shivers down my spine. I had never heard anything like it before. The sound was accompanied by another ear-piercing and ear-splitting bang. Instinctively, I ran towards the sound. As young as I was never one to cower in this situation. All I could think of were Mum and Dad, and their safety. The thought of harm befalling them was something I was trying to completely avoid. It was an exaggerated feeling of the same feeling you get when you were really young and your parents were out for a long time, and your mind wanders off to remain of what if something happened to them. It was something I chose not to think about. It took me a while to realise where I was headed, towards the woods outside the area. Now in the woods, I was really far from home. It didn't bother me as much as it should have bothered a child my age, and I'd been very good at not getting lost. I was always good with directions, making my way through the forest. I couldn't shake off an eerie sense of terror from my back, and soon enough that feeling solidified itself into one of true horror. The smell of gunpowder was replaced by a horrid stench, even stronger than it. I looked towards it only for a pair of eyes to meet mine. The moment our eyes locked, I understood that whatever those eyes belonged to was dead. And yes, you read right, I said whatever, because this was no human. The dead yet sharp eyes I was looking into were those of a fierce animal. Drool dripped down its muzzle. It was an enormous hound. No, not a hound, a wolf. I had never seen one before in my life, but surely they could have been this big. And what's stranger is that it was wearing tatters of what seemed to be clothes. It had brown boots on, as well as other garments that were now ripped to shreds. Fear began to broil inside me. Alongside the fluttering of butterflies in my stomach, I pushed on, and the more I worked my way forwards, the more I encountered dead bodies of these wolf-like creatures, massacred and sprawled out throughout the woods. I figured they must have been townfolk. Some places, I even thought I recognised some people. Had I been living in a town filled with them? What was this? Where are my parents? What's going on? Thoughts like these kept striking me over and over again until I came upon another body, and all the thoughts silenced. Everything went quiet. Even if I didn't recognise him by his facial features, I would recognise that huge scar anywhere. That scar that horizontally slashed into his forehead. It was my cousin. Forehead James. My knees buckled as I started to tremble, all sense flying away from the world. Streams of tears made their way down my cheeks. Tears that I didn't even know were there. I managed to mumble, "James," before breaking out into a cry. I nearly collapsed. Nearly. I had to know. Were my parents a victim of this? As little sense as it made for them to be monsters, they were still my parents. Before I moved on, I noticed something in James's scar. Something shiny and silver. I was too scared to get any closer though. I'd been walking for a while, and I was finally making my way out the other end of the woods. It was jarring to suddenly step out into the bright moonlight. Even so, I saw something in the distance. 2 figures stood stark under the blazing moon. 2 humans. Humans I knew. Mum and Dad. Subconsciously, a big smile streaked across my face as tears of utter joy flowed down like a river, and I called out to them in a big wave of relief. However, as they turned around, I saw that they were covered in blood, from head to toe, blood and the same tufts of fur. But they weren't like those monsters. They were still themselves. They were... Dad suddenly pulled out something from behind, a gun, unlike any I'd ever seen before. He cocked it and shot at me, point blank. I closed my eyes in a fit of panic and I heard the same bang I'd been hearing all night, but nothing happened. As I opened my eyes, I noticed that Mum had deflected his arm upwards and the shot had pierced the sky. Dad looked at her confused. She motioned towards me and said, "That jacket. Oh God, Peter. No, please no." I checked my jacket, the one I'd always worn to see what the problem was, when my body froze. My hands. No, not hands. My hands. They were now paws, rested against my sides, with what looked to be claws protruding from them. I looked on in dismay at the fur-covered limbs I now had, as I reached to touch my face, only to find what was shaped like a muzzle, lined with sharp teeth. This can't be real. This has to be a nightmare. This has to be. My parents had walked away, all the way up to me, and inspected me closely. My mum was in tears, the tears mixing in with the blood and dirt on her face. She said my name, when I looked towards her and asked her what was happening. That only made her crying worse. My dad put a hand on my shoulders as he consoled my mum. All of us collapsed there, not knowing what to do. Even in all of this madness, I felt safe. At this age, no matter what the circumstances, you always feel safe with your parents. After what seemed like an eternity, my mum finally began to speak, and she explained the whole situation to me. It turns out that my mum and dad were werewolf hunters. They'd been trained since childhood and were part of a big organisation that undertook this mission. They had kind of separated from it in recent years, albeit still undertaking jobs now and then, as they believed it was their destined duty, which they could never run away from. They had settled down and had me too, and tonight was their biggest mission yet, to blend in and then take down an entire town of werewolves. My mum had put sleeping medicine in my water to make sure I would sleep throughout the entire endeavour. However, seems like my extraordinary sense had woken me up to the sound of those gunshots. That was the only thing they hadn't accounted for. Their son being a werewolf, the very thing they swore to eradicate. "Honey, you're a werewolf," my mum told me. With a heavy heart, they told me that I could no longer live with them. The organisation would surely find out that I was a werewolf. I cried at this, as did they. But there was nothing either of us could do about it. It seemed none of them knew about any existing cures to my... condition. I was sent to live with distant relatives and haven't seen my parents in years. I hope they haven't forgotten me, as I haven't forgotten them. As sad as it was, Mum left me with a single souvenir. A parting gift to remember her by. A silver bullet. I went hunting in Freetown State Forest. Let's get straight into that. I'm sure many of you have heard about the Bridgewater Triangle and the Freetown State Forest. If you haven't, think of the Bermuda Triangle, but in southeastern Massachusetts, spanning over several towns. Science says that all over the world there are these specific spots and points that seem to emanate this extra amount of magnetic force. Legend, however, says that the Bridgewater Triangle came about because of a curse put on the land by a Native American Wampanoag chief, man whose people were decimated by murder, disease, famine, and religion that came with the white man. And with the curse, it became a hotbed for a myriad of legends, from cryptid monsters like the Thunderbird, giant snakes, and the rake to haunted roads, ghost tribes, spirits of the damned and lost travellers. Oh yeah, and allegedly Wendigo spirits looking to claim the souls of any who wander too far. What is not an allegation, though, is the confirmed occult activity that was rampant in the 70s to the early 90s. Out-of-place stone structures were found built into the earth, and one of them even had a body of a young 17-year-old girl who had been dead for at least 10 years. The strangest thing, though, was that she was sealed in there, from the inside. Investigators and forensic analysts didn't have the slightest clue into how anyone could do that. Some of the masonry work looked as if it came straight from the mason's hands. Since then, however, people claim to see all sorts of things in that place. And frankly, I don't care if you believe me or not. That's not up to me. I just want to tell this story. To make matters shorter, I'll get right into it. My interest in hunting came from my dad, but we never actually got to do it. He passed away a few years ago, and in his honour, I got my hunting licence. Now, I could bag all the 10-point bucks in New England, or so I thought. I decided on my first expedition to be in the Freetown State Forest, since it was so close to where I grew up. I'm from the city next to Freetown, called New Bedford, so this made it a lot easier for me to plan this out. I took one day to scout out some locations, put up a couple of trail cams, and visit the site of the last Native American chieftain of his tribe, Profile Rock. Some people say when the sun is going down and it hits that point where the trees are no longer showered in that golden love, that you can see him sitting on the rock and can hear the drumming of his people get louder and louder until it sounds like it's in your head. I got to the forest parking lot right when it opened and talked to the ranger on duty at the station. I told him I was planning on a hunting trip, and he looked oddly surprised. I figured this would have been a common occurrence, but he leaned in and said this. "You want to go hunting? In there? For what? There's nothing but myths, moths, and spiders. What do you expect to kill?" "No, it's alright. Don't tell me. I do have to warn you this though, young man. 6 weeks ago, almost to the day, a father and his 2 sons were in these woods hunting. They'd gone way off the path and into the wetlands in the eastern side. The 2 boys hiked 5 miles to the ranger station and waited 8 hours for me to show up. The younger boy explained what happened, but the older one had something different about him. It was like he wasn't there and he was just part of the background. He didn't take his eyes off his brother while he spoke. The young one, I think named Scott, had told me that something grabbed his dad and ran off with him, while his older brother had stopped to relieve himself. A couple of hours later, they had come across an old cemetery, made a fire, but someone or something didn't like it. Scott said that he saw something, it was like a man, but with a long neck like a snake, that was slithering around their campsite. The boys huddled together, and then this thing got behind him and had put his face up against his older brother's, and then somehow in an instant, the snake man began to swallow his brother whole, until Scott threw a burning log onto the thing's neck. It screeched like crazy, and then there had been local reports of coyote activity used to cover it up. Before it retreated back into the woods, this thing apparently blew the campfire out like a candle. Now I know it all seems quite far-fetched, but do not be fooled. This place has many legends and secrets. He held his hand out for a shake and his business card. He also handed me a map and a small radio that was tuned to the ranger station in the parking lot, and the fire barn at the north end of the park. If you run into anything, and I mean anything, you need to let me know. I said okay, I will do, and was off on my way. I studied the map carefully and decided to just start on the main trail of Whitetail Loop. This trail pretty much covered a span of the park with the exception of a few smaller trails and led into the wetlands. That was one place I didn't want to be, since that's where the two boys said they saw their snake man. It was only 7 AM when I began my trek through the woods, and immediately I felt something was seriously off. I had this strange sensation that someone was following me, step for step. Every time I took a step forward, I heard my footfall, and then another step behind me, like I was being mimicked. I whipped around and pulled out the Beretta my dad gave me from when he was in the Navy. No one was there. Nothing. Just the trees swaying in the slight cool breeze of this late fall morning. I started back down the path again for at least another hour or so, just taking in the beauty of Mother Nature's voice and figure. The birds singing their songs, the slight crunching of the leaves of small woodland creatures scurrying across the ground, and the warm glow of their radiant smile. I had completely forgotten why I was here in the first place, to hunt. But now I realised I wasn't here to kill a buck, I was here to be baptised by nature. I was loving it, was the key word here. I stopped walking down the path because I noticed the sound of echoing footsteps again. But this time, instead of being behind me, they were in front of me. I saw what at first looked like a man crawling on all fours. I got closer, and it got farther. But when I tried to take a single step backwards, it stretched out its body and came right up to my face. It was not a man. It wasn't even human. At the end of its limbs were feet that had too many toes. It had this strange pitch-black face with its lips curled back into a gleaming smile. Its teeth were perfect, as if they were dentures, and they were big. Each tooth was roughly the size of a $50 coin. It opened its mouth, and a yellow liquid leaked out as it hit the ground. It started to trace patterns in the dirt. After the liquid dissolved, I saw the patterns were actually words, and it read, "No turning back. I will guard you. Be not afraid of me. This is one of my many forms. I will help you out of this hell." After I finished reading the message, I looked up, and it was gone. In its place, it left a magazine with ammo that fit my pistol perfectly, a map with the names of all the creatures and their homes, and an old handheld FM radio, and a pocket knife. Why leave me all this stuff? I wondered. How can I trust it? I mulled it over for a minute or two and decided to go with it. Something in me told me that I would regret it if I didn't take the help. Continuing down the path, I saw the old fire barn the ranger had told me about, but it had looked abandoned for quite some time. It was sitting on stilts, and underneath it was old logs of wood ready for the fire. What threw me off, though, was that the logs looked as if they were just freshly chopped. Little to no dirt on them, and with that fresh cedar and cherry wood smell. Just for kicks, I walked up to the steps and knocked on the door and said, "Hello? Anyone home?" I giggled to myself, not expecting a response, and when I heard someone knock back, however, it wasn't coming from the door. The knocking continued in threes, getting faster and faster, and then becoming more irregular. I lost my shit more than when I saw that thing. I made the flight or fight decision of flight and ran into the fire barn. The door swung open with relative ease, and I slammed it shut behind me. The noise had stopped, and I examined my surroundings. On the wall were paintings of certain parts of the forest and the old ranger cabin from over 80 years ago. I turned on the old handheld radio and flipped through the static. I found a station, however, that came in clear as day. It was a weather report, but after every forecast followed a cryptic message.
"The spirits will rise. The guardian cannot help you. Your soul shall be lost."
Then a sharp ringing of feedback pierced the many distorted voices' warnings. I took about 15 minutes of rest to get my bearings and plot my next trek. However, I noticed something I didn't before. The fire barn is nowhere near where I started and is miles away from where I thought it was. This revelation hit me so hard, I didn't even notice the figure standing in the window. Solid, pitch black humanoid, at least 6'6", I cock my pistol and I'm ready to shoot, but my hands couldn't stop shaking. I wasn't sure if I'd hit it or not. After much careful consideration, I decided to confront the intruder. I kept my pistol trained on the window and made for the door. My hand hit the knob, and on the imaginary count of 3, I ripped it open and rushed outside. Whatever it was had left me alone. I relaxed for a second, and then my fear and anxiety hit the roof as I saw the bright full morning somehow become the darkest of nights. There weren't any sounds coming from the woods. All I could feel were the eyes of wandering souls watch me enter their world. Guns shaking in my hands, I pulled out my flashlight and began to make my way back onto the trail. I continued my march with extreme caution, careful not to trip on any roots or rocks. I was hearing the footsteps again and felt relieved that the Guardian was back. I took a deep exhale and turned around to greet it. What was standing there threw my mind for a loop. It was a man dressed in regular street clothes, all except for a neck stretched out so far above the trees his head disappeared into the dark tree tops. I was paralysed in awesome fear, not because of the neck, but because I could feel someone breathing on my ear and jaws gently and slowly clamping down on my neck. A high-pitched shriek came far off in the distance, as if it came from a small child or woman. The creature disengaged its teethy grasp, and quicker than I could blink, it slithered off into the direction of the scream. Something in me told me to run after it. What if someone was hurt? I had to do something. I sprinted as fast as I could until my light caught something dart out from behind a tree. It was the Guardian. It stood on 2 legs this time, and without moving its mouth said,
"It is a trap. It saw your heart. It knows your help."
Heeding the earlier message of listening to the Guardian, I lowered my weapon and it pointed me back to the direction of the trail. It started walking with me and it began to tell a story.
"I used to be a man, long time ago. I protected these woods. People came, killed my family, sacrificed my children, damned my soul to this body. Hard to remember, getting harder. Soon I will be mindless, soul still here, mind will be gone. Dangerous it will be. Men bathed in black, worship monsters, but still only men. They do not age, still only men. You end them, my soul free. You go free."
I could barely see the Guardian without the flashlight trained on it. His pitch-black body made him almost invisible. I noticed a change though this time. Instead of having all feet, he had 2 hands now. No fingers, just mittens. I heard the crunching of twigs behind me, and I pulled my gun back out and whipped around ready to unload. It was just a deer. 10 points, just like the one I wanted, right there. It was staring at me, totally blinded from the flashlight, and then I saw it change. The longer I stared at it, the more I could see it morph into something completely different. It shed its fur to reveal the pink, veiny skin that glistened in the light. The eyes fell from their sockets to reveal 2 large gaping holes where the tiniest white light was. Its snout just fell off, and all that was left was bare skin. It stood up on 2 legs and outstretched its arms to the side, showing me its long arms and fingers with nails so razor sharp, just looking at them made me feel like I was already bleeding, and stared through me and looked into the deepest recesses of my soul. The creature began to walk towards me in a brisk pace, as if my gun wouldn't make a difference. It stopped 3 feet away from me and cocked its head to the side. The light in my hand was shaking furiously, and before I could do or say anything, the Guardian tackled the creature and ripped into its shoulder with its teeth. I saw that the teeth it had, that was fixated into that permanent smile, weren't its real teeth. In that split second of action, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, I saw a second pair of teeth protrude out, but they looked like shark teeth, just rows and rows clamping down like a vice on the monster's neck. It let out a shriek I'd heard earlier that drew the snake-necked man away. The Guardian stood up, fists now clenched, and it spit out a chunk of neck and let out a war cry. This one was different though. It had sounded exactly like a man. I heard my name being called behind me, and standing there was a black-robed man holding a large knife. The The commotion had drawn out another spirit, but this one, the Guardian was afraid of. He charged at the Guardian, and it just stood there, just waiting for the blade to plunge through its heart. I remembered the phrase "still just a man" from moments earlier, and I pulled the trigger until the mysterious man fell lifeless to the ground. I looked at the Guardian, but he was gone. Fuck. I was alone again. I removed his robe and inspected my shooting. I didn't even register that I'd killed someone. Nothing clicked to me at all, just stone-faced looking at him. This guy had tattoos all over him, some in black ink, some were brands from an iron, and some were carved into him down to the bone. I had come to the conclusion that this guy was ready to die, and somehow knew he was going to. Despite the hold-up, I started down my path again, ready for anything now. I pretty much forgot about the radio the ranger had given me earlier that morning. I took it out of my bag and gave a quick holler over the static. "Hello, this is Matt. I checked in earlier with Ranger Stephen Amaral. Is anyone receiving me?" I let go of the talk button and listened. Dead silence. I tried a couple more times until I heard a broken voice come through. "This is Ranger Amaral. Where?" Static. "You been?" Static. 3 days. I was in absolute shock. Did he say I'd been out for 3 days? "Hello? Please repeat your last. Over." "It's Ranger." Static. "You've been gone for 3 days. What location?" For some reason I found it to be more of a mindfuck that I was here for 3 whole days rather than the shit I just saw. I radioed back. "I'm on the east side near the fire barn. I need help." The radio went silent for a moment, and then the ranger came back on and told me to go north. There was apparently another ranger out looking for me in that area. I also heard something about Profile Rock, but couldn't make out if it was go there or don't go there. I found another trail that was connected to the main loop heading north. The only problem with this trail through was that it went right by Profile Rock. My brain battled with itself to figure out if I should head there or not. I was torn. Something in me wanted to go as if I knew there would be someone waiting for me. But what if there wasn't? What if the only thing there was is more robed men? Screw it. I made up my mind and headed on the trail towards the rock. There was a small pond not even 10 feet from the rock that was fed by an underwater spring, which a lot of people believe is the source of all of this. This time, I was ready for what was to come next. I moved along the path slow and smooth, being sure not to be caught off guard by whatever wanted to try me. I came into a clearing in the woods, so big I didn't even know it was on the map. Out of nowhere, I heard a screech that was like nails on a chalkboard. The sky opened up and began to pour buckets. Thunder boomed right over my head, and cracks of lightning broke the sky. In a few flashes that seemed to last an eternity, the outline of a giant bird tattooed the sky. It circled above me, and every time its wings flapped, I could feel the rush of air from the claps of thunder. While standing in awe of the mythical Thunderbird, something in my gut told me that I was being stalked. I turned around and saw 5 tall silhouettes moving towards me, crouched and cautiously. Cracks of lightning lit up the scene around me. More of those tall, pale creatures were surrounding me, and I could see more moving through the woods behind them. I sprinted down the trail towards the rock when the rain stopped and the drums started to play off in the distance. I ran towards the sound of them trying to shake my pursuers, weaving in and out of the trees, and I could hear and feel them right on my heels. I dug deeper and ran so hard my lungs felt as if they were just caught fire. Out of my corner of my eye, I could see something trying to match my speed, but on all fours. The Guardian had found me again and was a couple of steps behind me, keeping my pace. However, this time something was off about him. He was weaving back and forth behind me, as if to confuse the creatures chasing us. Then, faster than I could blink, he stopped and stood there. I turned around and stopped to look at it. It looked back at me and then let out a roar unlike anything I've ever heard, and started fighting the creatures. I ran back and fired off a few shots into the horde. Only a couple fell, but more were coming. I turned around and screamed, "Go! Follow the voices!" I stood in awe as the protector that helped me so much was brought down to one knee. Still fighting back, he ripped 2 of the creatures in half, the long way, and started beating others back with an arm he tore off. Feeling helpless, I just ran towards the direction the drums were coming from. I hit a path with a different feel to it. The path was all sand and rock, so I knew I was on the right way to Profile Rock. I came around a bend and saw something standing in the path. I stopped and raised my gun at them. "Who are you? I'll shoot!" Right as I was about to pull the trigger, I heard footsteps behind me. It was the Guardian, standing there like a bleeding statue. I could see the damage done. It was missing an arm, and chunks of its right leg were missing. It still kept its ghoulish, yet comforting, grin. I heard a voice say, "Come," and the figure standing in front of us raised its hand into a fist, and when I blinked, it was gone, as if it wasn't there at all. Silently, the Guardian hung his head and limped along. I walked up behind it and put its good arm around my neck and supported the mangled leg next to mine.
Why?
It asked me. Because you've saved my life. I should be asking you why. I know for a fact that you're not allowed to protect everyone. All these things here, these lost souls are beyond saving. You know it, and so do I. I just don't understand why I haven't been lost to it yet. It looked at me, and even though its everlasting smile, I could see the disapproval in my answer.
I help who is worthy. You came to hunt, not to hurt. This place is for those who hurt. A door was opened. You walked through it. Not all here are lost. Some need to be found. I protect those who are meant to be found.
Silence and moonlight were our best friends as we trekked down the path. Every now and then I could hear voices in front of us, always just a little out of earshot. About 30 minutes went by until the Guardian asked to stop. It looked at me and said,
"Thank you. The final steps are yours. I cannot come. I can no longer protect you. I have no friends here, only you. But you cannot stay. Not safe."
It put a hand on my shoulder, and for a brief second I could see past the pitch black skin. I saw a man smiling at me. He had long dark hair that flowed in the light breeze and a tan skin that drank all the light around him. He walked into the shroud of trees, not looking back. I stood and watched until I could no longer see him, knowing my only option was forward and heeding the words of the Guardian of danger ahead. I readied myself for whatever was to come. I took off my pack and reloaded a new magazine, drank some water and found a stale cigarette and lighter at the bottom. I lit it, and for those few seconds of the first drag, I felt free. Free of this place, free of danger, and free of worry. I kept walking along until I saw the rock. The same dark figure was standing on top of it. At the foot of the rock was a small beachhead and a massive pond that seemed to glow. The ominous silhouette pointed to the sky as if on cue. Out of an ethereal plane came the Thunderbird, silently flying overhead, its wings pushing down this cool, thick breeze. While looking up and admiring the mythical bird, I heard a splash from behind me. I whipped around and the figure had jumped into the pond swimming around. They came closer and shape began to take form of this entity. It was a woman. She was dressed in some tribal garb, but was covered in the chest by this massive necklace of beads and bones. She came closer, then, as if she was in my head, began to speak to me. "You have come far to get here. You may go back now." I blinked, in disbelief of her words, and with a couple more blinks she was gone. I looked up at the sky, lit up as if the stars were like light bulbs just turned on. It became too bright to keep my eyes open, and so I shut them tight like a vice grip. I finally opened them and found myself back on the trailhead. I looked down at my hands holding a map, down to my watch. Only 6:53 a.m, I thought to myself. I pulled out my phone and saw that it was the same day and time I began my journey. I dropped the map and turned around, starting towards the parking lot. The ranger sat outside on the chair and tipped his hat to me. Staring me down, he said, "Wise choice, son. Wise choice." I turned back around then to get in my car. I reached into my center console and pulled out a half-smoked joint. I lit it up and took a deep drag that sent my soul and mind astral travelling. It was funny. After all of that, The only thing I could do was look at myself in a mirror and smile. I'm stuck on a road that has no end. I hate driving. The only reason why I bought a car was in order to get to places more conveniently without having to wait for buses. If you ask me what car I drive, I can't even tell you more than what colour it is. I had just left from my parents' home and I had a 2-hour-long car drive ahead of me. It was dark already and the highway was surprisingly crowded at the pay toll. And so, I checked my GPS for another route. It led me to an old road that I never took before, and it looked like I could cut 20 minutes. And so, I decided to take it. The road itself seemed well maintained, but the problem was there was no lights anywhere. Even with my high beams, I could barely see through the devouring darkness ahead of me. I slowed down, unsure if there were any upcoming curves or animals that could jump out in front of the car. About 10 minutes into my drive, I saw a person on the side of the road. He was holding out his thumb, trying to hitch a ride. I really didn't want to let strangers inside my car, especially in an isolated place like this one. So, I ignored him and moved on. I wondered what the guy was doing in the middle of nowhere, hitchhiking, but I shrugged it off and continued. 10 minutes after that, I saw another person on the side of the road with his thumb out. As I passed by, I realised it was the same person. His face and clothes were dirty, but it was undoubtedly the same person. Had I somehow gone back? I had been driving forward this whole time, and there were no turns or curves anywhere. I checked my GPS. I seemed to be on the right track. 74 kilometres remaining. Suspicious, but convinced there was a logical explanation, I continued. 10 minutes later, there he was again. Same person, and yet different. His forehead was bloody, and his clothes ripped in places. I looked at him holding his thumb out and sped my car up. At this point, I started to panic a little. I turned on my GPS again, and it showed I still had 90 kilometres ahead of me until the next turn. What the hell? Another person on the road. The same person again. Bloodier than last time. Arm, which he held out visibly, fractured, with a bone sticking out. I looked away from him and continued driving. I looked at the GPS, and it showed that I had 105 kilometres in front of me. What's going on here, damn it? I inhaled and exhaled deeply, telling myself there should be a gas station, or some fucking thing nearby. The road can't stretch on forever, right? 10 minutes had passed since running into the person on the road, and there he was again. He was bloody all over, and his clothes were ripped in various places. He had a huge scar on his forehead, and blood was running down his face. I ignored him once more, feeling his gaze on the back of my head as I passed by. I looked at the GPS, 187 kilometres until I reached my destination. Fuck! I turned on the radio to have something to keep me company from this deafening silence, and I found a talk show. It put my mind at ease for a little bit. It made me feel like I was not completely alone. The person on the radio talked about the news, and I tried to listen to him, focusing on the road and hoping against hope I would not run into that guy again. Now, if we move on to the sports news, our boys scored. An amazing... The voice stopped for a brief moment, which made me think the radio cut out, but then it continued. Don't look behind! I stared at the road, but squinted my eyes, trying to figure out if I had just imagined that. Do not look behind. Whatever you do, don't look behind. My blood froze, and I suddenly got a very strong urge to look in a rearview mirror. I resisted for a few seconds and then fell into the trap and looked. The person who was hitchhiking was on my back seat, bloodier than ever, staring at me. I screamed and swerved off the road, falling into a ditch to stop my car completely, forcing me to slam my head onto the steering wheel. It took me a moment to regain my senses, and when I did, I jerked my head towards the back seat. It was empty. I dragged myself out of my car assessing the damage. There was no way I could get out of the ditch. I looked around, having a sudden feeling of unease, and then pulled out my cell phone to call for help. But no matter what number I called, the line was dead. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I went back to the road on foot and started walking. A few minutes into my hike, I saw headlights coming from behind me. I put my thumb out to hitch a ride, but the car just drove past me. I continued walking, and some time later, another set of headlights appeared in the distance. I raised my thumb again, but the car didn't slow down. As it drove past me, a shocking realization hit me like a ton of bricks. It was the same car from before. It's been an hour, and the same car keeps passing by. Why, I'm never going camping again. Michael, James and I had been friends since elementary school. We'd always find time to hang out, despite the increasingly busy schedule and discovery of the opposite sex. We had been particularly busy with work lately, and hung out less and less often, so Michael suggested we go camping for the weekend. James and I agreed without even giving it a second thought. We loved camping, and this was a good opportunity to get drunk together again without interruptions. I picked them up on a Friday afternoon, and when I asked Michael where we were going to camp, he said that it was the same place his granddad used to camp in, and that it was highly secluded, and no one would be bothering us. Took us a few hours to get there, but when we did, we took our stuff and followed Michael deeper into the woods. We walked for about an hour, and it had started to get dark. James and I were a little bit agitated, having to walk for so long to Michael's special spot. But just as we were about to tell him that this was as good a spot as any, he told us, "We're here." It was a big clearing, giving us a lot of visibility and room to set up our tents. After unpacking, we cooked some food and drank beer, reminiscing of the old days and exchanging news. James talked about how he wanted to become a police officer, and we ridiculed him a little bit for kicks. But after we had our laughs telling him he'll need to arrest himself first for everything he's done in the past, we expressed our support for him. Michael shrugged, not knowing what he wanted in life. Right now he was happy with a 9-to-5 job and just didn't care about anything more than stability. They were about to ask me about my plans when we heard a high-pitched scream echo in the distance. We instinctively turned our heads in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. I asked Michael, who was more experienced camper than I was, but he said he didn't really know. We brainstormed what kind of animal it could be, but after a while, just let it go. We continued talking for a while around the campfire, getting ready to call it a day. Just then, I saw movement in the trees with my peripheral vision. I thought it must have been my imagination, because when I turned my head, there I saw only rows of trees. I shrugged it off and continued to listen to James's story. Both he and Michael seemed to not notice anything. A few minutes went by, and I had a nagging feeling, something I just couldn't shake away. I looked at a row of trees to my right again, and still there was nothing. Still, looking there made me feel uneasy. I started to ignore my gut, dismissing it as my own paranoia. Not 5 minutes go by, and the feeling of dread only intensified. I looked to my right again and stopped, in bafflement. A few feet in front of the row of trees stood a lone, very thin tree, separated from the rest of the clearing. I squinted my eyes, trying to figure if my brain was playing tricks on me from the excessive beer consumption. Was that a tree there all along? Wait. Holy shit. That's not a tree. It just moved slightly. I blinked and continued staring, transfixed at whatever stood there. The longer I stared, the more apparent it became that it was no tree I was looking at. It was someone, or rather, something. Something too thin to be human, and too tall to be an animal. I grabbed Michael's attention, and when he looked at the figure, he went pale instantly. He silently muttered, "Oh shit," to himself. "Don't look at it," he said. "Guys, listen to me. Don't look at it. If it comes near us, don't acknowledge it. Don't talk to it. Just keep your eyes on each other. Got it?" To say I was scared shitless is an understatement. "Michael, what the hell is that?" I asked. "Quiet. Just look at me, and don't move your eyes away. All right?" he said with a trembling voice. I looked over to James, who was silently staring at the campfire. Everything was quiet. In fact, it was too quiet. I only realised it just now. No sounds came at all, save for the crackling of the fire. We stared like that in silence for what felt like ages, when suddenly another sound appeared in the distance. A branch cracked, as if someone had stepped on it. From there we heard the thuds of the very slow footsteps, followed by the rustling of the leaves on the ground, coming from our right side. In seconds, I saw something emerge from the corner of my eye, but I couldn't make out what it was. Michael motioned with his index finger for us to look at him, and so we did. The figure slowly stepped behind Michael, and I could see with my limited line of sight that the creature was extremely thin. Not even fit for the word emaciated. It looked like a real-life stick figure. It was tall, easily towering over Michael, and probably even more than I anticipated. But I wouldn't dare look up. It looked like its body had been made from the roots and branches, and slowly the creature bent down with a creaking noise and put its head to Michael's. I felt its penetrating gaze on me, but I stared right into Michael's eyes. It was tearing up by this point. I could see the creature smiling with the peripheral vision, and it was almost irresistible to glance at the creature just for a second, but I managed not to do it. The figure stood up, creaking equally, and stayed behind Michael for a few seconds, completely still, before it turned around and went the other way around. It was coming in my direction, and I felt like I was about to piss my pants. It came behind me. I heard its footsteps stop. Then the creaking sound followed, and I knew it was bending down. I closed my eyes and breathed out quietly, trembling like a leaf on the wind. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a frantic set of footsteps to my left. I opened my eyes and glanced to the left, seeing James running away. There was a high-pitched scream behind me. Then the creature ran after James, its footsteps impossibly quick. "On me!" Michael reminded me during the commotion. I looked back at him and listened as the creature caught up to James, who managed to let out a short scream before he was silenced. What ensued was the sound of loud screeching, bashing, slamming, and mauling to my left, while Michael and I stared at each other. It lasted for a whole minute before it abated, and the blood-curdling screaming stopped completely. Silence once again filled the air around us, and I heard the slow and soft footsteps to my left. They gradually faded and then completely disappeared. Michael and I continued glaring at each other, too paralysed with fear to avert our gaze. Only when we started to hear the wildlife in the forest again, Michael suggested we get the fuck out of there. He told me not to look to my left, not because I might see James's body, but because he didn't want to risk the creature still being around. We left all of our shit in camp and bolted out of there. The creature left in the opposite direction, and so we hoped we wouldn't run into it. But we didn't care about ignoring it at this point. We heard a loud shriek in the distance, which indicated the monster was far away from us, which put us at ease momentarily. Still, though, that scream was enough to freeze the marrow of the bone. We reached the car much faster than we got to the campsite, and once we got in, I clumsily pulled out my keys, almost dropping them onto the floor while trying to put them in the ignition. We drove out of there with a cloud of dust behind us, both of us shaking. "Michael, what the fuck was that thing?" I asked while going as fast as the road would allow me to. I don't know," he muttered, still pale. My grandfather, he told me about it a few times, but But I thought they were just stories. He said that the creature can only hurt you if you let it know you see it. Poor James, I said, glancing in the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting that thing to appear in the reflection. Luckily, it never did, and Michael and I made it out safely. We went straight to the police and reported the whole thing to their skepticism. I can't blame them. A couple of drunk guys barge in the middle of the night, telling them about a fucking stick figure that killed their friend in the woods. After some convincing, they decided to send a patrol to the spot. An investigation was started when the police quickly found James's body. They said he had been mauled so badly they couldn't identify him. They concluded it was a bear attack, dismissing our story of the stick figure, threatening that we weren't suspects right now, but that it could change very quickly. And so, Michael and I dropped it. I don't go camping anymore, and if you do, make sure you know where you are going. Or else you might end up like James, or worse. I worked on a super soldier project for the government. Let's get straight into that. I can't say my name for my own protection, so for now, call me Researcher X. But what I can say is that I worked on a super soldier project for the government. Yeah, I know, stereotypical, but I swear it's the truth. They called it Project Lovecraft. I don't know when it began, but I was transferred to it as a researcher after its beginning. It was a bunker beneath Area 51. Again, I know, stereotypical. But that's the beauty of it. Area 51's infamy makes it too obvious to use, therefore it's the perfect location. And that's my thought process on it anyway. I'm getting off subject. I arrived there in 2001 and worked on it, and even now I continue to do so. And let me tell you, I have seen some fucked up shit. So, I figured I should tell someone about it, let someone know what we're doing here. It's wrong, and thus this post. So let's start with some experiment reports, shall we? Hopefully they won't find us. That's how executions happen. Experiment log. Date 5th the 1st 2001. Project Lovecraft 247. Subject Private First Class Classified. Height 6 feet. Weight 140 pounds. Subject was fastened with a gurney with a 1.5-inch leather strap to both wrists and ankles. He was injected with a sample of serum Lovecraft 47B. Subject began to convulse for approximately 2.5 minutes. After the end of convulsions, Private Classified began to gain muscle mass exponentially. Blood began to come from his eyes, and at the point of his muscle mass reaching approximately 75% its original size, Subject's heart and eyes exploded, killing him instantly. Researchers' notes. This test was promising. The subject's muscle mass growth was a welcome improvement over previous testing. Experiment log. Date 06/15/2001. Project Lovecraft 287. Subject Sergeant Classified. Height 5'11". Weight 210 pounds. Subject, per own request, was placed in a 5x5 holding cell, made of 10-inch bulletproof glass. Immediately after injection with sample of serum Lovecraft 59A. Approximately 45 seconds after, subject began convulsions, with amounts of blood and digestive fluids being vomited during these convulsions. Subject muscle growth rapidly increased by a measure of 15%. Convulsions ceased after 2 minutes, after which subject let out a seemingly rabid and feral scream. Subject struck the glass with a force of, redacted, per square inch. Fracturing the glass, 3 armed personnel entered a holding area and opened fire with M16 assault rifles, loaded with anti-personnel rounds. Subject is wounded but has no visible reaction. Subject attacked the guards, dismembering each. Subject begins to eat corpses. During consumption, subject appears to grow a 3rd arm and eye, as well as other appendages. The subject's heart explodes approximately 45 seconds after consumption of flesh begins. Researcher notes: the cannibalistic tendencies of the subject were not expected. However, the seeming imperviousness to bullets and increased strength, as well as the extra limb growth, are promising. Future testing is needed. That's all I can share for now. I know it's not a lot. I can't leak too much right now. They might catch on if I do. Okay, I have to go for now, but I promise I'll return with more. And if I don't, they got me. Researcher X, signing off. I worked on a super soldier project for the government. Further testing. Let's get straight into that. Hello everyone, this is Researcher X. In case you missed my original post, let me get you up to speed. I am a researcher on a government super soldier project known as Project Lovecraft. Now, seeing as my superiors haven't found the last post and you guys think it's fiction, we're all safe for now. However, to the families of the poor souls we perform this project on, I'm so sorry. I know we will all burn in hell for what we've done. Every one of us, from the head researchers down to the lowest of the recruits. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent, aren't I? You guys are here for more experiments, aren't you? You sick fucks. But hey, I did promise so. Here we go. Experiment log. Date 08-13-01. Project Lovecraft 387. Subject pregnant female of classified years of age. Height 5'6". Weight 130 pounds. Subject was under the guise of an abortion. Is injected into her womb with a sample of serum Lovecraft 87B. Approximately 35 seconds later, convulsions began. Subject's neck twisted at an angle of 372 degrees. Movement continued. 1.5 minutes after the beginning of convulsions, subject's upper torso ruptured. Previously early term fetus, now seemingly fully grown, emerges from the chest cavity. The fetus is hereby referred to as Subject Lovecraft 2, and the mother referred to as Lovecraft 1. Lovecraft 1 proceeds to somehow still be capable of movement despite seemingly fatal wounding. 3 arm-like appendages grow from her sides, and her jaw extends 3 inches from her skull. Lovecraft 2 has 5 eyes and numerous deformities. Subject struck the reinforced walls surrounding them for approximately 5 minutes before they expire. At this point, Subject Lovecraft 1's internal organs liquefied, and Lovecraft 2 expired at the same point as the mother. Autopsy report. Subject Lovecraft 2, despite not being fully term, weighed 47 pounds 7 ounces. It also lacked a heart as well as a digestive tract. Additionally, Lovecraft 2 had several bones not found in humans and 3-inch fang-like teeth. Researcher notes: showed the normal feral behaviour of previous subjects. The lack of digestive tract and heart in Subject Lovecraft 2 suggests an adaptiveness due to the previous subject's heart exploding. Also, the growth of the additional appendages without cannibalistic tendencies is very promising indeed. It is still undetermined how the mother lived on as long as she did, considering her injuries. Experiment log. Date 09-13-2001. Project Lovecraft 415. Subject corpse of victim from WTC attack. Cause of death: death upon impact after leaping from WTC-1 on September the 11th. Height unavailable due to cause of death. Weight unavailable. Subject was placed onto a standard autopsy table and injected with serum Lovecraft 89A. Approximately 5 minutes after initial exposure, subject began to reanimate. Subject stood despite multiple bone fractures in his skeleton, especially leg fractures. Subject regurgitates its heart. It proceeds to consume the organ, growing a second mouth in the neck region, complete with teeth. Upon seeing researchers looking on from behind protective glass, it lunges It struck on the glass, managing to break it, and Dr. Classified was grabbed and pulled through. Using its second mouth, subject sprayed digestive fluids on the doctor, and they then proceeded to rip out the esophagus of Classified and consume it. After consumption of the doctor's flesh, it grew a tendril-like appendage out of its back. Personnel armed with explosive round ammunition and 12-gauge shotguns entered and terminated the subject after several rounds. Research notes. While the death of the colleague is never a good thing, the reanimation of the dead tissue and lack of death before personnel intervention does suggest a possible military application. The cannibalism and growth of appendages is still a side effect of the Lovecraft serum we don't fully understand. Following the reanimation of Dr. Classified's body, any attempts to use Lovecraft 89A under any circumstances will be denied due to the risk of contagion. So these were far more graphic. I told you I'd seen some shit. And so with that, let me know if you want more. And barring they don't find out who I am, I'll post more. Until then, I've been Researcher X, bringing you the reports on Project Lovecraft. Edit. Upon the request of Incredible Platypus, I did some digging and found this security footage of the incident of Dr. Classified's reanimating. Below is my best try at a transcription, I guess. Date 09-14-01. Time 0100 hours. Dr. Classified's body was laid on an autopsy table, having been dissected for internal effects of the digestive fluids they were coated in by hostile Lovecraft subject. At approximately the half-hour mark, with several major organs missing, Classified sits up on the table. A nearby researcher doesn't see this. Classified, hereby referred to as 89A1, punches the researcher's upper torso from behind with a single strike. 89A1's arm is visibly all the way through the researcher. The next 35 minutes of footage consist of 89A1 eating the flesh of the researcher's corpse before it too reanimates, hereby referred to as 89A2. At the point of 89A2's reanimation, 89A1 has already begun previous side effect of growth of appendages and orifices in its body. At 0200 hours, 2 armed personnel enter the room on patrol. 89A1 and 89A2 attack them. They kill one member of the patrol, but the other kills 89A2 before 89A1 kills the personnel. 10 minutes later, a squad of armed personnel arrive. Although they suffer casualties, they put down all instances of 89A. Dead members' bodies were incinerated immediately, along with all the instances of 89A reanimated corpses. Sia may have accidentally made zombies. We are definitely going to hell. I worked on a super soldier project for the government. Testing resumes. Let's get straight into that. So, first off, I apologise for the delay. Due to the nature of what I'm telling you, I had to delay posting these, due to the scrutiny by my superiors. But here I am. In case you didn't know, I'm Researcher X, and I work on a super soldier project for the government, known as Project Lovecraft. Following what is officially known as Incident 89A, Project Lovecraft was suspended from 1901 to 12/16/01. Upon resuming testing, we began testing on animals as well as humans. The details of this are below. Note: following Incident 89A, all subjects that exhibit hostility will be incinerated immediately, as dictated by Protocol 89A3. Experiment log. Date 12/16/2001. Project Lovecraft 422. Subject: 1 standard lab rat, Subject Lovecraft 1C, and 1 stray cat, Subject Lovecraft 2C. Weight: Subject Lovecraft 1C is 0.001 pounds. Subject Lovecraft 2C is 5.0 pounds. Subject Lovecraft 1C injected with serum Lovecraft 95A. then placed in a cage with subject Lovecraft 2C. After approximately 11 seconds, Lovecraft 1C shows significant increases in aggressive activity. Lovecraft 2C attacks other subject in response, consuming the rodent. Approximately 1.5 minutes after consumption, Lovecraft 2C's vital signs cease abruptly. Lovecraft 1C emerges from the body of Lovecraft 2C, and subject is now significantly larger. Lovecraft 1C begins to assimilate the other subject's body. Lovecraft 1C begins reanimating approximately 30 seconds after assimilation begins. The new creature, hereby dubbed Lovecraft 3C, has several appendages not found in either mammal sprout from its back, and subject begins to hit the walls of the cage, breaking the door in 2 minutes. It's terminated via incineration immediately. Researcher notes: the aspect that most intrigued me during this experiment was the assimilation of the dead subject. Perhaps this could be used in the future. This strain has great potential. Experiment log. Date 12/24/01. Project Lovecraft 500. Subject: sample of human stem cells. Sample of serum Lovecraft 98B is introduced to human stem cells. 30 seconds after the serum's introduction, cells multiply at a rapid rate, nearly 50 times the normal rate of a cellular reproduction. Within 2 minutes, a human hand formed, with a human mouth on the palm and one eye on each knuckle. Within 5 minutes, the hand had grown eyes across the forearm and the mouth began to vocalize. 2 minutes after, it had grown a torso and half of a second arm. A large mouth formed in the torso's chest with 6-inch canines. It began pulling itself towards the protective glass between it and the researchers. Observing researchers noted suction cups on the fingers as it climbs up the observation window. It opens its mouth on the torso and a second arm sprouts from within, with an eye on the palm. Spider-like legs grow from its torso and it sprays an unknown substance onto the glass. The glass begins to dissolve, prompting immediate incineration of the subject. Research notes: it's an interesting development that a new organism grew from the cells. The creature's hostility was not expected. The possibility of creating new soldiers from scratch has promise, but further testing is needed. They're coming. I can't share anymore. They're onto me. Someone has to stop what's happening down here. Last week, one of the subjects escaped and is still unaccounted for. People are going missing, and some seem to be getting sick. I have as well. This is Researcher X, signing off for now, and hopefully I'll have more for you later. I worked on a super soldier project for the government. We succeeded. The final. Let's get straight into that. I don't have a lot of time. This is Researcher X and something is very, very wrong is happening here. I can hear them pounding on the door and it won't be long before they get in. People are dying down here, but I'd be lucky if they were only just dying, wouldn't I? Like a Stephen King book once said, sometimes dead is better. Anyway, sorry, it's hard to keep my thoughts together with the rampant screams I'm hearing. Good news and bad news. Good news. I do believe Project Lovecraft has succeeded in creating super soldiers, of sorts. They're lethal, bulletproof, incredibly strong and fast as hell. Bad news, we can't control them. And now, people are dying. And when they die, well, they don't stay that way. I've barricaded myself in the facility's cafeteria, though that certainly won't last. I've seen some horrible things, done horrible things. You see, I'm not just a researcher. I'm the head researcher. I ordered all of these tests, all of the experiments. I knew what we were doing was wrong. And so, with that being said, here is what I'm assuming to be the final experiment log of the government program known as Project Lovecraft. Experiment log. Date 03/05/18. Project Lovecraft 7240. Subject: one adult male. Height 6'4". Weight 195 pounds. Medical notes. Subject has severe scoliosis. Subject was injected with serum 89B. Convulsions begin and do not cease for several minutes. Medical staff enter the room after 15 minutes of convulsions, and subject's death is declared 5 minutes later. As subject is being placed into a body bag, reanimation occurs. Nurse, classified, and doctor, classified, are both grabbed by their heads by the subject, who sits up. Feral behaviour exhibited by previous reanimated subjects not displayed by subject 5302-1. Subject proceeds to break the necks of the nurse and doctor and consume their flesh while looking directly at research personnel. Reanimation of both bodies occurs approximately 2 minutes after, hereby referred to as 5302-2 and 5302-3. Armed termination personnel enter testing chamber and open fire. No visible reaction or damage to 5302 instances. Moving at speeds of approximately 60 feet a second, 5302-1 empowers one guard, grabs his gun and shoots the others. Incineration is immediately deployed. Subject vital signs ceased. Bodies were removed for autopsy. Note: at 1 AM on March the 6th, 5302-1's body was found to be missing. It is believed to have once again reanimated. Why the others haven't is unknown at this time. So, long story short, 5301 had a healing factor, and worse, it could think. It picked us off one by one, and now they've infested the place, but worse, they've started merging with each other. I've killed a few, not all are invulnerable. I've learned that. But I've been bitten, and a rash is spreading, and I'm hungry, and I know I'll be one of them shortly. God, I can't remember how we developed 89A and B. Think we got it from some village in Russia. I'm sending this out in hopes that they'll learn from our mistakes. They'll learn from Project Lovecraft. Oh God, I'm hearing voices now, all speaking in unison. A hive mind, perhaps? We are more advanced than I thought. We are capable of thought. I wonder who their alpha is. I'm starting to lose cognitive function. I'm posting this before I lose all reason and become one of them. God, have mercy on our souls. Goodbye. Researcher X. Silver Bullet Ranch. Let's get straight into that. Quint was pleased with his ranch, his dog Bruce, his son Danny and his wife Rosemary. Danny was going to be celebrating his 16th birthday soon and was starting to help him out around the farm a lot more. Something that Quint desperately needed. Too proud to ask for help, and permanently tanned blue-eyed 42-year-old had spent more time outdoors than most would in their entire lifetimes. While most men his age drove BMWs with phones glued to their heads, he was content ploughing the fields on his 93 John Deere tractor. He and Rosemary had been married for 20 years, living in a house they had built to raise a family and grow old together in. A typical, well-adjusted, blue-blooded American family. At least that was the delusional dream they were living. Rosemary was a woman of presence. Standing at 5'10", she was built like an Amazonian warrior, with a face that could double for Brigitte Bardot in her prime. Not only was she beautiful, but charismatic, polished and adventurous all at the same time. Quint would bring her wild flowers and a kiss every morning. Even on the days when they fought, the flowers would be sitting in a vase on the dining room table. Not once in her 38 years of living did Rosemary think she would become a common housewife. Not that she was unhappy, she just thought it was funny how her life had turned out. Summer was drawing to a close and harvest was right around the corner. This is when the family made the majority of their money to live on for the rest of the year. One rainy afternoon, Danny had found an old VHS tape in the attic where he was helping his mother organise a few boxes. It was a horror movie called Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and he snuck it over to his best friend Tony's house to watch at a sleepover that night. Little did the boys know that this was the beginning of a very strange passion that they would share for the rest of their lives. They became obsessed with all things frightening, double-dog daring one another to go into the cornfields at night, seeing who could stay alone in the dark for the longest. Tony had a younger sister named Nancy, and she loved to tag along in the boys' spooky adventures, but the boys purposely excluded her, as most annoyed older kids do. Danny loved that his birthday fell on Halloween, and now that he was going to be getting his driver's license, he really felt special. Every year around this time, Quint turned his farm into a pick-up, your own pumpkin patch and corn maze for all the townspeople to enjoy. Some of the kids from the school came out to see this season's selection, and were in for quite a treat as they pulled up to the drive. Tony and Danny had set up a small haunted house that people could walk through on their way to the garden where the pumpkins were ripe for the picking. Filled with pieces inspired by the boys' unconventional infatuation with all things disgusting, the setup made Danny's parents proud of their son's unique taste. Their little family wasn't like anything the town had ever seen before, and they upheld the last name of Reaper with honour. Halloween was finally upon the small Texas town of Handro, and the spirit of the season was felt in each of the hearts of its 1,335 residents more than ever this year. Rosemary stood on the back porch and stared at the full moon that was becoming more visible in the early evening sky. Strong arms reached around her waist and kiss was placed on the back of her neck. She didn't have to turn around to know it was her husband. I can't believe Danny is already turning 16. It seems like yesterday we were measuring his height on the kitchen door frame. Quint gave her a squeeze and then whispered into her ear, "We can always try for another litter." And with a giggle, Rosemary turned around to face him. "The last thing I need is you throwing out your old man back because you picked up some brat for a piggyback ride." Quint played along with the scenario. "Well, good, because I doubt the supermarket has enough hair dye to camouflage any more of your grey patches." She kissed him hard, making her hairs on Quint's arm stand on end. He loved when she did that. The boys had been working on their attraction all day, but their energy had never been higher than it was on that Saturday afternoon. They even let Nancy help put together the skeleton that dropped onto the unsuspecting patrons as they exited the haunt. She really felt like part of the gang. Bruce came running up the drive, barking behind a car full of adolescent boys that were being dropped off for more festivities. They were impressed by what Tony and Danny had built, and were ready for the sun to set so that they could scare anyone brave enough to venture in. As the final details were being put into place to open for the community, Danny's parents took him aside to give him his birthday present privately. They were eerily quiet as they walked around the back of the house to the dilapidated barn that was mainly used for storing Christmas decorations. Danny wasn't quite sure what they could have in there for him, but his hopes were set on a truck or maybe a gun to practice his sharp shooting. They walked in and bolted the door behind them. The inside looked nothing like he expected. It was clean and remodeled with a clear holding cell in the centre of the barn. He wasn't quite sure when his parents had worked on this, and was even more confused because when he was there last, it looked as though it could have collapsed any minute. "Danny, we're about to tell you will change your life forever." His mother's eyes were filled with torn anxiety as she spoke to him. "Son, you've been blessed with the gift of being an 8th generation lycanthrope." The 5'8" youngster stood with a mouth agape in shock, being well versed in all things supernatural, and he knew that lycanthropes were werewolves. His father began to explain how each father before him passed the curse down from generation to generation for the past 200 years, and now it was his turn. Most new pups in the family turned naturally on their 16th birthday, but Danny was different because his mother was immortal. His transformation needed a little help. He still couldn't believe what he was being told, but started to put two and two together, thinking back to seeing his father come in early mornings with wild hair and ripped clothes, mumbling something about the thresher acting up again. His mother led him into the small unit and kissed Danny on the forehead as his father put restraints on his wrists and ankles that were being bolted into the floor and wall. Danny's mind was racing with a million questions, but could not utter a sound. He was on the brink of hysteria. It was an IV bag full of dark red blood hanging high with a tube leading down to his left brachial artery that his father carefully pricked into him. He could see the sun getting ready to set through the cracks in the boards behind his parents holding each other, and tears welling up in his mother's eyes. Danny began to get upset. They didn't even give him a chance to choose. He swore and yelled at them from behind the glass, but they could hear nothing. They knew that he was angry, but it had to be done this way. The Reaper legacy must continue. Danny's heart was about to pump out of his chest, and his hands were turning white from trying to pull against the restraints. He was getting very hot and could feel his head beginning to swim, like when he hung his head off the edge of the bed for too long. He cried out in agony as his shoulders and back cracked and twisted with his muscles swelling under the skin. Danny threw his head back and let out a sound he had never heard before. It was like a howling cry of pain and fear. His height grew, and his Ghostbusters t-shirt ripped open, revealing his new soft brown coat of fur that now fully covered him from head to paw. His red Converse ripped open as his 18-inch feet clawed their way through the canvas, leaving deep scratches in the concrete. Rosemary had seen her husband transform too many times to count, but seeing her son go through this was tearing her up inside. She knew that this day would come the moment her pregnancy test turned pink, but she would give anything to take his place and give him peace. After about 6 minutes of thrashing, howling, and giving the 1-inch steel alloy chains a true test of their strength, Danny was now a fully transformed werewolf. Rosemary did not even notice that her husband had also turned while standing right beside her. It had become so routine for him that there was hardly any pain involved anymore. Quint had complete control over his transformation along with his primitive instincts and emotions, but he knew that Danny would not. His son was in pain, angry, scared, and confused as to what had just happened to him. All he wanted to do was scare a few kids in his haunted house with his buds on Halloween. Oh, only if they could see him now. With a push of a button, Rosemary released Danny's shackles, and he collapsed onto the ground, yelping and moaning. Quint went into the room to tend to his son's wounds, but as he did, Danny sprang up and bolted for the door. Rosemary lunged to shut it before her son could escape, and as she did so, Quint locked his jaws onto Danny's hind leg. With the upper half of his body swiping and snarling at his mother, and his lower half being held back with all of his father's strength, Danny's ears perked up. Someone was approaching the barn. Tony was calling out for Danny, saying that people were starting to show up, and Danny needed to get his ass in gear so they could get scaring. Quint was readjusting his bites when he heard the knocks on the barn door. Danny seized his opportunity and pulled himself free, slamming his mother down as he ran towards the door. Tony could somewhat see the commotion happening between the wooden panels, and backed away as a large wolf-like creature came barreling towards him. The families in the pumpkin patch heard a loud crash and a scream, but thought nothing of it because of the spooky sound effects that were blasting from the haunted house. Nancy could feel something wrong though. Her brother should have been back by now. The barn wasn't but 200 yards away from Danny's house. With a stuffed black cat in tow, the 14-year-old, made up to look like an ugly witch, began to walk around the back of the house towards the old barn. Breaking his best friend's clavicle with his jaws sent a rush throughout Danny's body, making him crave more flesh to sink his teeth into. Tearing away at Tony's neck and chest as he gurgled up blood, and he fueled his hunger. He couldn't and wouldn't be stopped. His parents wanted a monster, and now they had one. As Nancy rounded the corner of the house, the barn was in sight, but her attention was drawn to the shadow in the cornfield next to her. She stopped moving and listened hard, but all she heard was the screams and moans coming from the CD player in the haunted house. She hugged her stuffed animal tight and continued to make her way up the hill, but still something didn't feel right. And that is when she saw the bloody heap of clothes on the ground that her brother was wearing not only 10 minutes ago. Thinking the boys were playing a trick on her, she began to call out for them, saying that she was going to tell on them if they didn't come out right this second. With no response, she walked closer to the shards of cloth, bone and flesh. Just as she was realising that this was no Halloween prank, she heard a low growl coming from the corn maze. She turned to see a large animal watching her, its eyes the same colour as the tall yellow stalks of corn it hid within. The feral creature began to crawl out of its curtain of security. Nancy was walking backwards towards the barn, never taking her eyes off the beast's crooked, snarling, blood-stained teeth. She heard something stirring in the barn, but whatever it was couldn't be any worse than what was inching closer to her. Rosemary limped out of the barn with a deep gash in the side of her head and a large knife in her hand. She softly spoke and she called out to Nancy, telling her not to turn around or run, but to continue walking backwards, nice and slow. Danny could also hear his mother's voice, and he stopped cold in his tracks, remembering for a moment that he was a 16-year-old boy, not a mythical piece of folklore about to devour a young girl. Rosemary wrapped Nancy in her arms and pulled her into the barn, and this sent Danny over the edge, infuriated that he wasn't being cradled and spoken softly to. He was her son, and she turned him into this. This was all their fault, and he was going to make them pay for what they've done. Just as he was going to pounce on them, his father came flying out of the hole that Danny made in the sliding of the barn and slammed into him with all his might. The two beasts bit and scratched deeply into one another's hides as they rolled down the hill towards the house. All the commotion caused everyone in the corn maze to panic and cut themselves on the sharp leaves of the stalks of vegetables they were running through. The pumpkin patch was filled with smashed orange fruits all over the ground from the people stepping on them in order to get to the safety of their vehicles as quickly as possible. All the while, the patrons and actors within the plastic sheet-covered haunted house had no idea anything was going on, and just thinking that the soundtrack was playing was the best they'd ever heard. As the two creatures continued to rip each other's bodies open, Rosemary and Nancy ran down the hillside after them. Danny was losing quite a bit of blood from a wide cut that his father put into his side, turning the grass a strange shade of brown under the moonlight. A few of the townspeople had called the sheriff's office to report what was happening, but the officers wouldn't take them seriously, thinking it was merely a Halloween prank. Rosemary ran into the house, dragging a terrified Nancy behind her. She told the girl to stay in the hall closet and that everything would be over soon. As she closed the door, she heard Nancy sobbing. Her heart went out to her, but something had to be done to put a stop to this bloodshed. Rosemary went to her bedroom and grabbed a gun out of the bedside table, but this was no ordinary Smith & Wesson revolver. This one shot fine silver from its barrel. Just as she was running out of the back door towards the 500 pounds of muscle and teeth killing one another, she froze, as did the monstrosities in the yard. Danny was on his back with his father's claw about to come down to take a wad out of his son's muzzle. It was like someone had hit the pause button on a movie. Rosemary's eyes scanned where they could to see who had control of the situation, because it certainly wasn't her. She heard light footsteps coming from behind her, and then felt someone move her fingers off the handle of the gun. It was Nancy, with the calmest look on her red, blotchy face, and something in her eye that sent a chill down Rosemary's spine. The juvenile girl looked up at Danny's mother and winked. This made her feel nauseous. With fear, she watched Nancy walk towards the two most important men in her life. My mother always told me that the women in our family were special, that they were strong, confident and mysterious. Not in 1,000 years did I ever think I would be able to join their ranks, but today I do. Nancy pulled a necklace out of her costume that had a charm depicting a crescent moon that seemed to give off a light of its own. She was talking mainly to Danny as she circled around the frozen brutes mere inches away from her. She told me that I would know when I was ready. I believe that my great-grandmother's necklace is a sign that my powers are fully developed. You see, girls progress much faster than boys, and our maturity level is not based on our age, but on our ability to grow beyond any number. As she pointed the gun between the icy blue eyes of the beast hanging in mid-air, she said, "I'm a real witch now," and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gun fired loudly, making Nancy almost jump out of her skin. She watched as the life left the animal's body and turned back into its human form. The girl looked back at Rosemary, whose tears were running down her face, and mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," to the widow. Nancy focused solely on Quint's body as she guided it with her mind to a spot on the ground near his wife. She turned and looked into Danny's lemon yellow eyes to see if there was anything left of her brother's best friend. She saw a shred of his former self, but not enough to save. She pointed the firearm against his skull and was going to pull the trigger when she suddenly had a change of heart. "You can be useful to me, old Danny boy. Witches and werewolves have never really gotten along, but maybe you and I can change that today." She spun around and met Rosemary's gaze as she stood still, frozen in place on the porch. "My plan can't work with the mother in the picture though. Shame too. I really liked you, Mrs. Reaper. No use in wasting silver bullets on a mortal though." Nancy wanted to test out another one of her powers, mind control. It would be tricky, but she believed she could do it. She knew she could. Looking back at Danny, she released his body from her hold, and he crouched down as if to lunge at her, but stopped. She was controlling his body with her mind. He was at her mercy, as a prisoner within his own flesh. Nancy moved out of the way as he began to walk on all fours towards his mother. He was trying so hard to fight her demands, but was powerless against her. Once he was standing face to face with the woman who gave birth to him 16 years ago. He saw the tears flowing from her face, making wet spots on her blouse. He tried to turn back into the body he wanted to be, but as long as that full moon hung in the sky, he was a slave to his curse. Nancy nodded her head and watched with pride as Danny made his mother look as though she just went through a paper shredder. She let out a loud cackle as she called the beast back to her. His spirit was broken, which was exactly what she needed to get what she wanted. What the police saw at the Silver Bullet Ranch as they walked the grounds would give them nightmares for years. Nancy and Danny were missing, and Rosemary had to be identified by her dental records. They also had to go through the haunted house to separate the props from the real remains of Danny's friends. Until now, the massacre has never been explained. And you may be wondering how I know all of this. Well, you're about to find out. There's something in them there woods. Let's get straight into that. It always starts with something as light as a piece of paper, something that can contain the weight of the world. Gently drifts onto my desk. This time was like any other, a slim white piece of paper dotted with the details of my next investigation. On top of the paper, Ellie Farkins was printed in bold ink, letting me know it was now my weight. The case was a little out of my office's jurisdiction, but still close enough that we could receive the go-ahead from local enforcement without much hassle. I took the rest of the workday to garner any details about the case that I could muster. 7 children had gone missing around St. Francis National Forest. It seemed like a pretty cut-and-dry investigation. The forest had an unusually dense fog rolling through every 6 months or 2 for the past 3 years. The children likely wandered into the forest to play in the fog and got disorientated. When attempting to get back home, they only wandered further. There were some standout features that piqued my curiosity, like how none of the 7 bodies were found, even after aggressive search efforts went several miles into the forest. You'd think they'd find at least one of them, but they found nothing. The other curiosity is that there were signs that the children had been in the woods for a few hundred feet, but each time the tracks would just stop completely. I had heard of cases like this before. Many bizarre things have been reported by search and rescue rangers. Children disappearing and being found miles and miles from their last known location, or their bodies found sprung up on top of trees. Perhaps the locals had something to do with it. I decided my first stop would be the town where all 7 children had lived. Things all thrown into my car, case file placed on the passenger seat, I headed to the store to gather supplies. Sitting in the driver's seat, I gently filled my metal flask with a clear, powerful liquid. Then I headed off. The drive over gave me time to run over every line of questioning and every possible outcome for those children. If my hunch was right, I should be arriving around the time the fog starts rolling in, and I'll get a better feel for things there. A few hours rolled by. I drove miles surrounded by nothing but forest and a winding road decorated, on occasion, by another vehicle. I could see small tendrils of smoke reaching out from the tree line. My timing would be spot on. I saw dark shadows running in the oncoming fog, forest animals jumping from tree to tree, and then one of those shadows shot out from behind the trees and bounded into the road, right in front of me. I slammed my brakes and swerved to the side of the road, forcing myself to halt. Even though the large buck had made its way to the other side of the road, I was horrified. I nicked it or damaged my bumper. I got out of the car and looked it over a few times. Luckily, there wasn't any damage in sight. As I looked down at the car, I could see the fog wrapping around my feet. It was getting so thick so quickly. If I was to make it safely to town, I'd have to hurry before my visibility was reduced to nothing. To my side, I heard leaves crunching under pressure. When I focused on the forest, I had a brief moment of shock, looking through the trees and the rolling mist. I thought I saw a human figure staring me down. I blinked a few times and then only saw it as another tree. Laughing it off, I got back into the car and drove off. I should have turned my car around and headed back to the office. Instead, I arrived in a small town after another hour had passed. And by this time, the fog had swallowed up the forest around me. I could understand why kids would wander into it. There was a kind of alluring uncertainty about it. It had a pull to it. The town was quiet and cute. Small ranch houses and taverns littered the side of the road, and if I drove for a handful of minutes, I'd quickly find myself on the other side of it. Rolling through it, I could have mistaken it for a ghost town, though. The streets were barren. The only clues of civilization being the lights coming out of nearly every house. The beams of light rested on a thin veil of fog projecting the residences. I looked through the case files and found the names for the missing children's families. They all had an address, but I'd be lucky if I could make out one number from a car, thanks to the fog. Not to mention, all these houses weren't exactly new. Number plates were missing or unreadable on several houses. I finally found my match and exited the car. Pacing up to the front door, I stilled my resolve. I always had to prepare myself to speak with victims. They always had a different air to them. My fist met the door's wood and I waited on the porch. I could hear the pattering of footsteps and a low mumble from the other side of the door. A mumble that wasn't meant for me. Peering down, I could see the light coming from under the door. The fog made it easier to see the 2 feet obstructing the light. Someone was standing on the other side of the door. If I could just have a moment of your I began speaking before being interrupted. There's something in them there woods. A low, droning voice slipped through the door, like another beam of light. A beam of light that went dark after the words were spoken. Almost like a choreographed dance, the other lights in the house began to go out. I stepped away from the door, a little concerned. My line of work doesn't fit well with ominous vague warnings. I planned to follow up with this house the next day, but at the time, I needed answers, and I wasn't getting any there. As I made my way back to my car, I couldn't help but notice a familiar cardboard box peeking out from the recycling bin. A 12-pack of my personal selection of heavy bubbles. Who was I to judge, though? My flask was already half empty. 2 more houses. I got the same reply each time. There's something in them there woods. When I attempted to follow up on what that meant, I got nothing but a shutout. I still had 4 houses left though, and someone was bound to say something helpful. Anything I could grab onto. I found a little more luck with the 4th house. The man behind the door turned the handle and opened it. Meeting my eyeline, I could see sad and tired eyes glaring at me from between the small crack he afforded me. I asked about his son, Tim. I told him that anything he could spare, I could use. "Don't tell me there's something in the woods," I pleaded. He looked at me as if he understood I wasn't his first stop. He told me that Tim was always a curious kid, but he blanketed that curiosity in awareness. Tim knew to turn back if he felt unsafe. The whole time I talked to the father. After our initial eye contact, his focus turned to that of the woods behind me. I couldn't help but notice his slouched posture and stuttering speech pattern. Not to mention the smell on his breath, and, if that wasn't enough, he pulled up the beer bottle and offered me one. Politely, I declined. Our conversation was over, and while I didn't get much from it, I got a better handle on the townfolk in general. Every house I'd been to so far, alcohol was there. In the trash or in the slurred speech trying to warn me of the woods. I couldn't blame them. Their children were gone without a trace, and every 6 months, the remainder of their disappearance wraps their town like a blanket. I spent a good amount of time on the 4th house's porch, staring at the woods as the father had been. The trees seemed to be dancing, like the fog was pushing them to and fro. My vision began blurring. As it did, I thought for a moment I could see something a few trees in length slither across my view, obstructed by the forest. Before I could register the sighting, it was gone, and I passed it off. Maybe the flask was getting to me. The 5th house with the same nonsensical warning through haggard breath. The 6th house, nobody was home. The only house in town with the lights already turned off. So far, they had waited for my arrival before doing that, and so I walked over to the lit house next door. Speaking with the neighbour briefly, who was much more compliant in having a conversation, I asked what happened to the family next door. I was then told that the father lost his mind and went into the woods a few hours before my arrival. I wanted to question the last family still, but if I waited too long, I'd have another missing case on my hands. I said my goodbyes to the neighbour and rushed off to my car. Unlatching the trunk, I pulled out a large bundle of thin yarn and a flashlight. A lot of good that was going to do in the fog. Against my better judgment, I filled up my flask and locked the car back up. The fog looked like it was taking on a life of its own. It was hard to distinguish the forest from the trees, so to speak. Reaching the tree line, I wrapped the yarn around the thickest tree I could find and made my way into the forest. In what seemed like only seconds, I was completely enveloped in the intense grey fog. I could only see a scarcity of trees around me before my vision would only pick up an endless grey. The yarn, bunched up in the palm of my hand, continued to unfurl between my fingers, the fibres brushing against my skin being the only sensory intake I had. The forest was incredibly quiet, like the fog itself was muffling any noise from the wildlife or rustling branches. I could feel the heavy fog entering my lungs, thousands of tiny water particles filling my throat with every inhale. The flashlight did its best and became more useful as the sun started to set, but was ultimately useless. Even as the sun was setting, it seemed as if the fog carried a light of its own, never dipping too far into the darkness. After I felt I was far enough away from town, I began calling out Mr. Gallows' name, the man who decided to run into the forest. I didn't know how far my voice would even travel, but it couldn't have hurt. My nerves were getting to me. I don't like drinking too much on the job, and I was isolated in a forest, hoping my yarn could get me back home. Still, my fingers wrapped around the cold silver and pulled the top off. Smooth, clear vodka dripped into my throat, landing hard into my stomach. The warmth of my body radiated as it processed. The alcohol soothed me. It was then I first believed I saw him, a distant shadow in the fog, shorter than the surrounding trees. I called his name again, focusing the flashlight's beam on him. Several times my voice trailed out to reach for him. The shadow seemed like it was gaining distance on me, and so I hurried my footsteps, Slowly my caution unravelled, as did the yarn between my fingers. I really should have been paying attention to how much I had left. My shoulders and knees banged against several trees and low-lying branches as I attempted to catch up with the shadow. A long, thin shape quickly passed between me and the shadow. Only for a breath did my nerves catch up to me. I stopped dead in my tracks and tried to observe the new figure, but by the time I turned my head, it was gone. So was the shadow I had been chasing. Looking all around, I saw what I believed to be Mr. Gallows in the distance. I ran frantically this time towards him. I hadn't been this active since I was a beat cop, but now my work consisted of files and conversations. While I was running towards the figure, a single phrase repeated in my mind. A single, silly warning. I thought of the long, strange shadow, despite how hard I tried to place the blame on my drink of choice. I reached the shadow, and its features became clear, but it wasn't Mr. Gallows. No. Sat down and hunched over on the log in front of me. I recognised the small body and face of Timothy Gallows. He looked pristine and far calmer than I was. "What are you doing here?" I asked the boy. It shouldn't have been my first question or action, but I was so lost in the fog and in my head that I couldn't process that this boy, who had been gone, missing, a year ago, was now sitting in front of me and not a scratch on him. The boy looked up at me and gave me an impish smile. There's something in them there woods. I was exhausted at that phrase and was the last thing I needed to hear. I reached to the child. I wanted to get him out of the woods. My hand, when it pressed on the boy's shoulder, I felt his skin give way, like paper mache that hadn't dried yet. I stopped pressing the moment the sensation hit my nerves, and when I pulled away, I could see his skin had become dented. Bewildered, I met the child's eyes and he spoke. "You should go, feed it." He continued as if no time had passed. His childlike voice sounded distant and distorted, like something was throwing their voice. I stumbled back, partly from the alcohol's effect on me, and honestly, I was scared. Maybe fear wasn't what I was feeling. I was feeling something beyond me. We fear what we don't understand, but when you don't know what you don't understand. My senses were thrown out of whack, and I was beginning to tremble as the boy stood up. We walked behind the tree, and as his body vanished, obscured by the thick bark, I could see dense particles of white fog plume from the other side of the tree. Pulling myself to my feet, I ran to the other side of the tree line. Nothing. The boy was completely gone, no footsteps, fucking nothing. I remembered how the fog felt filling my lungs. I wondered if perhaps the fog had some hallucinogenic properties to it. I went to look a little further, to see if I could find any trace. I was desperate for anything tangible, and then I felt it. A small tip of thread slipped from between my fingers. The yellow yarn had run out. I looked back. I was ready to leave and write whatever reports I had to. I wasn't getting lost in the woods. It wasn't there. The bright yellow yarn that should have been there, sitting on the fallen leaves, trailing back to safety, was nowhere in sight. I haphazardly stumbled around looking for it, but just like the boy, it had vanished, leaving nothing. My heart was in a flurry, pounding hard enough to snap my ribcage. Nothing but grey was surrounding me. An endless floating ocean before me. It only occurred to me then that I hadn't seen a single hint of wildlife the entire time I was in there. And even when chasing the shadow, the only noise was my own. I wasn't thinking rationally. I started screaming for something or someone. I wanted someone to hear me. Maybe Gallows was still around. With each desperate cry, more and more fog plumed into my breath. It had started to feel like I was poorly treading water. Small slivers of water dripping between my lips. I was drowning in a forest, standing on soil. I felt like I was going to drown. Then a beacon of hope. A small light broke through the never-ending grey. I could see the orb of a flashlight. Even if it was ineffective, it was something. Relief washing over. I'd be happy just to be lost with someone. I headed towards the unmoving light. I turned my own flashlight off as I approached, as did they. As did I. I stood just a few feet away, able to see the woman's features, able to see my own face peering back at me. The same impish smile that Timothy wore. Everything about her was just the same as me, down to the small bronze badge that she had pinned to her arm. It was me, a perfect reflection of me. We stood for far too long, locking eyes, her bright blue eyes, her short black hair and beauty marks. They were all mine. I scanned her for a lifetime, looking for something that set us apart. Other than her increasingly ominous grin, I saw nothing. "You should feed it," she spoke to me, a distant and uncanny reflection of my voice. After the words sat in heavy air for a moment, I watched a long shadow reach from behind a nearby tree and grab my copy. I only saw it for an instant, the large bone-like arm that was pulling her away like she was being yanked by wires. A sense of direction and self-preservation be damned. I ran after the doppelganger that looked like she was flying in reverse. I did my best to get my sights on her, but the thing dragging her was much faster. Finally, when I thought I couldn't bear to run anymore, when my thighs were running burning muscles for energy, my doppelganger came to a rest. It was then I was able to fully take in what the long shadow I had been seeing was. Even still, even if I still didn't understand it as my eyes followed its long, snake-like body. Its structure was about as thick as a normal human male, but it was well over 24 feet long. Body resembling something more like bone than flesh. It floated in the mist like it was swimming. 3 white, segmented arms that resembled the texture of bamboo jutted out from each side of its body near its ghastly face. A morbid, decaying rendition of a bare skull, oblong and covered in sickly green moss. It looked at me with empty eye sockets as it hovered over my copy. It didn't have anything of a note other than just being some macabre collection of large bones. It dwarfed me in both size and comprehension. It knew what it saw when it looked at me. But I was at a complete loss remembering how the trees seemed to move on their own. I considered the thing's massive body pushing them around. It braced itself on the ground using its 6 long limbs to clutch the dirt beneath it, holding its floating mass in place, its face lowered to my doppelganger. The moss that covered its mouth separated and it began to, what I could only assume, was inhale. My body double, still smiling, began to warp. Her face started to turn into particles that drifted like mist into the creature's open maw. I could only watch as the thing slowly converted my doppelganger's mass into a fog as it breathed me in. The more of my doppelgangers that vanished, the more empty I started to feel, the more lightheaded I became. Raising my hand to my head, I intended to press my fingers against the headache I had acquired. As my fingers met my skull, I could feel the skin pressing down like there was no skull underneath. Panicked, I pulled my hand away, noticing the entirety of my doppelganger's head was nothing more than a fine mist. The fog that was being devoured seemed to wrap the thing's already massive body like a thin white layer of silk, adding to its mass. I was sure I was going to either die or be stuck in the forest forever, waiting for the fog to roll in so I could manifest for just a while. My fingers pressed over the small silver flask and gently, as not to distribute my empty head, I poured as much of the fine vodka down my throat as I could muster. I wanted to retch it up, but did everything I could to resist the urge, and instead downing the rest of it. Feeling weak, flask empty, I fell to the ground and watched the thing suck in the fog's reflection of me. Its ugly mockery of a mouth reached my doppelganger's stomach, and I thought of the booze in my own that would hopefully make this process easy on me. As the monster began to convert the doppelganger's abdomen into its fog, the particles reached into its structure and it began shaking, gently at first but growing more violent. I had a stroke of intuition as it continued to pull the contents of my doppelganger's stomach in to cover the bone structure. "Drink up, bitch," I chuckled as the particles of my doppelganger rested on the monster. A perfect copy of me, stomach full of my favourite top shelf 151 proof vodka. A nasty drink that'll turn yellow teeth into a sparkling white in minutes. The thing's fist began pounding the ground, leaves lifting up from each vicious impact. It looked over to me and made a vicious roar, mimicking my own voice as best it could. Shaking and seemingly struggling to continue floating, it quickly swam away into the now retreating fog. The tendrils of mist started to lift with it as I watched my doppelganger become one with it. I laid there for a long time, watching as the fog retreated, allowing me to see the true vibrancy of the forest. As the fog lifted, I could feel myself returning. Pressing my fingers to my forehead, I could feel the hard resistance of my skull. I passed out, but I'm pretty sure that was in due more from the alcohol that I ingested. The alcohol that once I woke up became one with the forest floor. I thought the headache I felt when my doppelganger was being absorbed was the worst I'd had, but down the entirety of my flask in seconds gave me way to something much worse. I made my way out of the fog, following the yellow thread that had reappeared, stumbling far more times than I could care to admit. My whole body washed with calm as I reached the tree line once more. Stumbling out of the nightmare, I could see the quiet little town. Good work. A gruff voice caught my attention before I could walk any further. The man was gruff and worn, his white shirt and blue jeans giving off a cowboy type of vibe. The truck he had his back rested against, old and rusted. I could just barely see the carcass of a deer laid out in the bed of his truck. A bottle rested on the hood of his truck labelled spiritus, with water-clear liquid pooling inside. He stepped over to me and handed me a small card and spoke once more before he walked to his truck and drove off. There's no longer anything in those woods. We'll be in touch. After I handed in this report, I'm going to resign. I saw something I couldn't have believed existed before seeing it, and now that I have, I can't believe there aren't more things like it. I'll be okay. I know this report will be received as nothing more than a mental break from reality, but I'm pretty sure I have another job lined up. We tricked my friend into thinking he woke up in a coffin 6 feet under. It didn't go quite as we planned. Let's get straight into that. I think the idea came to us after Mr. Garibaldi's funeral. He was our junior high gym teacher, a lovable nutjob, and I think just about everybody liked him. We went to the service, of course, and as we passed by the excavator in the graveyard, I remember Nate saying something like, being buried alive is my worst fucking fear. We stopped and peered down the hole. It wasn't finished yet, the ground more or less frozen solid, but they were about halfway done. I could see Nate shuddering as he carefully glanced over the edge. I think Frank noticed his reaction too, and he gave me a weak nod as I raised my eyebrows. Now, it's important to know that Nate was a real prankster. He loved fucking us over, Frank and me, and he'd been taking great pleasure in doing so for the better part of our lives. The three of us go way back, all the way to kindergarten. And I remember very vividly the first time he pranked me. He pulled out the chair from under me as I sat down. I ended up sprawling on the floor like a fish out of water. Since then, his pranks have evolved into more sophisticated shenanigans, of course, like bubble wrapping my car, or shaving Frank's head while he slept, or sporadically hacking into our social media accounts to change our profile pictures, harmless stuff like that. But we were getting pretty sick of it. It was like he believed the prankster persona to be the cornerstone of his identity, like he'd ceased to exist without it, like his entire life revolved around fucking people over. It was getting pretty fucking tiresome, I'll tell you that much. So Frank and I had been discussing it for weeks. How to prank him back. How to make him realise just how shitty it can make you feel. Because talking to him about didn't yield anything. He'd just make excuses, call us pussies or whatever, and eventually just change the subject entirely. So that was just that then. We couldn't resolve it peacefully. We had to hit him back and hard. And so I came up with the plan. It was pretty straightforward, but the genius was the simplicity of it. We construct a makeshift coffin, basically a wooden box, get him blackout drunk, no hard feet, and place him in it when he passed out. We'd nail the thing shut, shovel a handful of dirt around for that extra flair of authenticity, and wait patiently until he woke up, hopefully freaking the fuck out. And then we'd open the box after letting him sweat for a few minutes and do the old point and laugh. It was the perfect prank. Correction. It would have been the perfect prank if we had just followed the plan. And to be fair, everything started great. We threw a party at Frank's, and I made sure to spike Nate's drink whenever he wasn't paying attention. At midnight, he was fucking wasted, and to top it off, we got him to take a few extra shots just to make sure he'd reached the wanted level of dead drunk. After the party cleared out, we carried him to the garage, where we had set up the box, placed him in there, nailed the lid shut, and shoveled some dirt around. It was perfect. Now all we had to do was wait. But it soon got dreadfully boring, and so we went back to the house and kept drinking until we both just passed out. I woke up with a terrible hangover 12 hours later. All I could think about was getting home, so that's just what I did. I left Frank snoring on the couch and spent the rest of the day trying not to move at all. As far as I know, that's exactly what Frank did as well. Yes, you guessed it. We completely forgot about Nate. Look, it was a pretty shitty thing to do. I know, not the coffin thing. We totally had that coming. But the forgetting we even put him in there in the first place, yeah, definitely shitty. I was lounging in my couch when everything suddenly came back to me, and I immediately panicked and called Frank. Fucker wasn't responding, probably still passed out, so I rushed over there, heading straight for the garage. The box was open and empty. I let out a sigh of relief. He probably kicked the thing open and got out. No big deal. But upon closer inspection, I noticed something else. Vomit, shit, piss, blood, and claw marks on the lid. Holy fuck. He must have totally lost it in there. There was no telling how long he'd been trapped, but it didn't really matter. The sense of horror, confusion, and utter fucking dread he must have experienced. It made my stomach churn just thinking about it. He had to be fucking pissed at us. I tried calling him over and over, but got no response. I sent him several messages asking if he was okay, and made sure to apologise profusely, but I don't think he even read them. I got Frank to do the same, but nothing. It was like he was ignoring us, and with good reason, some would claim. I had a class with him the following Monday, and I was truly dreading having to face him. What would he do? How would he react? Whatever he did, I knew I deserved it. But not knowing what state of mind he was in, it was torture. I can't really describe how I felt when I saw him approaching me in the hallway. I froze. I just stood there, trembling. "Sup, Paul?" He smiled. "You alright?" Yeah," I stuttered. "You?" "Yeah, I'm good." He gave me a pat on the back. "Sick prank you guys pulled." Yeah, I said hesitantly. "You're not angry?" "Hell no," he laughed. "That was epic." It was weird. It was the opposite of what I was expecting, but maybe it had worked. Maybe he'd finally understood how it felt to be on the other side of the prank. Yet, there was something about him, something strange, like he was too happy. No one should be that happy after what we had pulled. But I don't know. The week went by fine. I mean, there was nothing really out of the ordinary. The days just passed, you know. Nate seemed calmer, more composed maybe, but still the same old Nate in most ways. The weekend eventually came and Frank wanted to get us to all go out drinking. I guess he was still feeling guilty about what we did and wanted everything to get back to normal again. I declined. The memories from last weekend were still way too fresh in my mind. Nate declined too. He didn't say why, and he seemed pretty chill about it. I didn't do much that weekend. Played some games, hung out with my brother. Just chilled. I couldn't stop thinking about that box though. The horror Nate had gone through. It just kept coming back to me, kept haunting me. It didn't add up. He should be fucking livid, but he wasn't. He didn't show any emotion. It was like he was dead inside. Sunday morning, I got a call from Nate's mum. She wondered if I'd seen him. He'd been gone since Thursday. No one had heard from him. They were getting worried. He'd been horribly depressed, locking himself in his room, refusing to talk to anyone. Did I know why? What could have happened to him? What was going on with him? I couldn't tell her. I didn't have the guts to admit it to her. We'd broken him, Frank and me. Mostly me. I slouched down in the couch, feeling like an utter piece of shit. What was going on with him? How depressed was he? Could he be suicidal? No. Not Nate, or... My phone rang. It was Frank. I really didn't want to talk to him. I wasn't feeling it. But he just kept calling and calling and calling. What the fuck do you want, Frank? I finally answered. Paul! Paul! His voice was barely audible and the connection was horrible. Frank? I asked. What's going on? Where are you? You've got to help me, Paul! You've got to help me! He yelled. Fucking help me! Calm down, Frank, I said. What the fuck is going on? His voice was high-pitched and desperate, and I'm pretty sure he was crying, or whimpering. I'm buried, Paul! He screamed hysterically. I'm in the coffin! Wait, what? What coffin? Please get me out. The connection worsened. I could barely hear him. Where are you? I'm not alone. His voice started fading. Mr. Garibaldi is down here with me. The connection finally broke. I tried calling him back, but only got his voicemail. What did he mean Mr. Garibaldi was there with him? Mr. Garibaldi was dead, 6 feet under. Holy shit. My phone buzzed. It was a text message. I looked at the sender, fumbled the phone, my hands trembling, my heart racing, adrenaline pumping. It was from Nate. See you at the funeral, bro. I'm Farmer Ray, and every so often I have to play a game of detective and murderer with my animals. Let's get straight into that. Not again, I exclaimed as I stumbled over the mangled carcass. This one looked even worse than the last one, trampled and maimed beyond recognition. Was it even human? I honestly couldn't tell at first glance. I sure hoped it wasn't, but I kinda knew it was. This has to stop, I said, staring at the animals sternly. So, which one of you is it? They all backed away awkwardly, hanging their heads in shame. I could clearly tell they'd all been a part of it too, to some extent. Blood dripping from their hooves, fur, skin, snouts and all. The pig even had a crudely severed finger in his mouth, which he dropped innocently as I gave him a quizzical stare. Definitely human then. We're doing this again, huh? I said, carefully inspecting the carcass. It was unmistakably a man, maybe in his early 30s, though I couldn't be certain. The face was gone, simply a hollowed out skull by this point, and I spotted remnants of brain all over the barn. The throat had been ripped open, and the trachea exposed. There were signs of nibbling on it, but the actual tissue damage was negligible. All right, you first then. I pointed at the pig. He averted my gaze as I walked up to him and slowly turned to the wall as I bent down to face him. He definitely had something to hide. "Gilbert," I said somberly. "Who was it? And is it you? Come on. I know you're terrible with secrets. Just spill it." He didn't flinch. Put on his poker face. Poker snout. I idly examined his head, hooves and skin. There'd be some damning evidence, surely. There'd always be something. He had blood and brains on him, some pieces of flayed skin, but his teeth were fairly clean. I quickly ruled him out. He had partaken in the fun, I deducted, but not in the slaying itself. "All right, Gilbert," I said. "You're off the hook. It's not you, but I know you know who it is." I examined the other animals inquisitively. Could it be the goat? He was looking pretty shady, constantly lurking behind the hay in the back. Or the chicken. She was always the last I suspect, but the nibbles on the trachea were beak-shaped, and she had a certain spring in her step, like she was on edge or something. All circumstantial, I know, but perhaps enough for me to start building a case. The horse? She seemed unaffected, indifferent, blasé, much like someone who thought they were getting away with something. I was pacing back and forth thoughtfully, doing the best detective impersonation I could muster, when I spotted a faint blue flash of light appearing in regular intervals on the barn walls. Damn it, they were here already. I hoped to smoke out the culprit before they arrived, but now I was forced to leave the animals alone. Who knew what kind of crazy cover story they'd come up with in my absence? "You guys behave now, yeah?" I whispered hoarsely. "We don't want them barging in." I carefully opened the barn door just enough for me to slip out, locked it behind me, and walked briskly towards the police cruiser pulling up in my driveway. I sighed deeply as I recognized the driver, Stan Colliker, my old high school nemesis. In reality, I considered him a classic double-edged sword. He really despised me, but he was also unbelievably stupid. I greeted him awkwardly as he stepped out of the cruiser. "Officer Cocklicker," I said. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Colliker," he corrected, visibly upset. "I'm here about a missing persons case, Ray." Fuck. He'd been reported missing already? Must have been a local lad then. That could complicate matters. "Oh, yeah," I said. "Can't help you there, I'm afraid. Haven't seen anyone up here for days." He stared at me silently, raising his eyebrows in erratic patterns. You could practically hear how the rusty gears in his brain desperately tried to string together coherent thoughts. "You sure?" he said. "'Cause there's a car parked just a few hundred yards down the road." Well, shit. That was too fucking close. Can't have it that close. That's breaking the rules. I had to stay composed, so I just shrugged and smiled. "I don't know what to tell you," I said. "We haven't seen anyone." Colliker frowned. "Sure is a lot of strange stuff happening around here," he said. "A lot of people going missing. Reports of strange noises, weird lights in the sky, all sorts of crazy shit." Sure is," I smiled. "But nothing you can't solve, right?" He just kept frowning, staring me up and down. Stan knew I wouldn't hurt a fly. He had no probable cause, no witnesses, no evidence, no nothing. Eventually, he just nodded and accepted defeat and returned to his cruiser. "Oh, one last thing," he said. "Your horse, it's running rampant down by the highway." "Miss Piggy? I should have known it was a bad idea to let my daughter name the animals. I just wanted to get her to connect with them. Feel some kind of ownership, I guess. But man, those names." "Yeah. I don't know the fucking name. The horse." He slammed the door shut and took off, making sure to fuck up as much of my driveway as he could in the process. I rushed back to the barn the second I saw the cruiser disappearing down the road. The animals were all huddled together in the corner by the tractor. More than likely getting their stories straight. It didn't matter now, though. I knew who the perpetrator was. "Aha!" I yelled dramatically. "Miss Piggy! I knew it was you all along. Je accuse!" I could tell by Gilbert's nervous squealing that I was right. Miss Piggy hung her head in embarrassment and wandered slowly towards me. She lay down on the ground, and I watched as the horse flesh melted and morphed and oozed, eventually revealing the naked body of my daughter. "How did you know?" Rosalind said, her face all smudged with blood and tiny bits of human flesh. I brushed away the half-digested severed tongue stuck to her elbow. "Miss Piggy," I smiled. She got loose. I covered her in a blanket and walked her back to the house. She had to be exhausted, hunting all night and playing detective and murderer all morning. She loved that game. I wasn't much of a fan, but for obvious reasons. But it did have its moments. "Remember the rule," I said. "Remember what we talked about last time?" "I always go for the throat?" she asked. "No, the other rule." "Don't feed at the kill site?" "No, the other rule." "Only kill bad people." She licked her lips and gave me the angelic stare. Can't stay mad at that. "Yes," I said. Was he what?" she asked. "Was he bad?" "Oh yeah," she beamed. "He littered." I wrinkled my nose in discontent. "Littered? Littered? Good riddance then," I said as I removed an earlobe stuck to her teeth. "Don't eat these, it's disgusting. No real nutritional value either." "But Auntie says..." "Don't listen to that old fruit bat. She's been dead for years." I cleaned her hair as she brushed her teeth. The entrails can really get tangled in there, you know, if you aren't careful. And she was a really messy eater. I'd prefer it if she stuck to a strictly non-human diet, but like her mother, she just couldn't help herself. That's why we have the rules. You can't survive without the rules. You can't hunt so close to home, I explained as I tucked her in. It isn't safe. "Okay, Daddy, I won't," she smiled. "Promise." Want me to read you a bedtime story?" "Yes." She closed her eyes. "But nothing spooky." "I don't like spooky." I killed a chupacabra. Let's get straight into that. I was looking forward to some time away from work. I lived just out of El Paso, Texas, and was doing okay for myself. I had a steady job as a waiter at a nice restaurant just on the outskirts of the city, and sometimes I'd do music gigs with my band. Eliza, the vocalist, and I were an item, and I thought we made one hell of a duo on stage. We even had a few fans. I wasn't unhappy, far from it, but I wanted to have a short break. Just a bit of time to recharge my batteries and go back to something familiar. Something safe. Eliza kissed me on the lips as I left that morning, a bag packed. "Drive safe," she told me. I would have been happy for her to come with me, but she couldn't get the time off work. Besides, I don't know how comfortable she really would have been going to see Pepito Juan with me. My parents died when I was young, so Pepito Juan raised me. He was a stubborn old man living on a farm down in Mexico, but I was happy with him. Since I'd immigrated to the US, we hadn't stayed in touch as much as I wanted. He had no computer or email. All he had were his letters, and the occasional phone call. I cherished those, but they didn't diminish the worries in the back of my mind. He was old, and even when I'd left, it showed. I could hear it in his voice when he spoke to me. Going home to him was just as much about checking to make sure that the stubborn old man was still getting by as it was about taking a break. When my car pulled up at his old ranch, he was out front, sitting on his porch and waiting for me. "Javier, my boy." He rose slowly to his feet, approaching me to pull me into a hug. His skin was like tanned leather and rough to the touch, but his eyes held that same sparkle I'd known him my whole life. Not even time had taken that from him. We had dinner together. I told him about Eliza and about how my music was coming along, and about my job. Seeing the way he smiled as I talked, I knew he was proud of me. "How have you been?" I finally asked him. His smile faltered. "As well as I can be. My body gets sorer and sorer every day. And this year's harvest, it wasn't so good. But I suppose that's the way it goes. Next year's will be better. If you need help, I could stand." No, don't. You stay up north. You're making something of your life, Javier. It's more than I did." He smiled sadly. "This ranch, it's nice. I'm happy. But if I had your opportunities, I'd have taken them. You've got a chance at a better life than I ever had. And this land is just land. And this ranch, just a building. This is my life, not yours." He reached out a hand to rest on mine. "I'm happy here, the way I am. I'll get by. What means the most to me right now is the means of the most of any parent. I want to see you thrive, and you're doing that now. And I'll tell you what I told your father. Don't give up for the ranch. I've been here for 50 years now. I know that it's not worth it. Not really." He patted my hand. "You know, you'd be proud of the man you're becoming. They both would be." He knew how much it meant to me to hear that, and I knew that he meant it. With that said, he got up to find a deck of cards, and we played just like we had when I was a boy, until the sun went down and it was time for bed. I woke up to the sound of screaming, scrambling out of bed. I peered out the window into the darkness of Papito Juan's land. I could see movements in the shadows, and the faint outline of his old barn in the darkness. I'd seen all this before, coyotes looking for livestock. Almost on instinct, I was out the front door. I heard Papito Juan fumbling around to get ready, but his old bones weren't as fast as I was. I knew where he kept the gun, and I'd done this before. "I've got it!" I called, and just barely heard him call out to me to wait before I was outside with the rifle. And in the porch light, I could see one of the pigs rush out the barn. I heard the scream of the goat and broke into a run. The barn door was open, and in the dim light, I could see the shape of some sort of animal and hear the gnashing of teeth. I saw the reflection of light from the porch in the eyes of a dead goat, and above it, red eyes, so fierce that they made me freeze. The creature hissed at me. Hissed, not growled. I'd seen coyotes before. This wasn't a coyote. My next thought was a mountain lion. I knew they lived in the area, but I'd never seen one. The creature reared up, still staring at me, unblinking as I raised the rifle and opened fire. The first shot staggered it. It howled in pain. And I shot again and again, watching the creature try and retreat further into the darkness. But the barn had no other exit. I was between it and escape. I think I shot it about 4 or 5 times before it collapsed, breathing heavily before letting out a pitiful whimper and dying. Behind me, I could hear Papito Juan approaching and saw the light of his flashlight. "Mountain lion, I think," I said breathlessly. I kept the gun, trained on it, as Papito Juan drew closer. As he did, I saw what I had killed. It wasn't a mountain lion. The creature had coarse brown fur, and a twisted face that looked more like a snake's than a cat's. Its fangs were massive and protruded from its jaw. Along its legs and belly I spotted scaly skin, and it had a bird-like talons on its front legs. Its eyes were blood red and seemed alive even in death. A bloody hole in its neck was my only reassurance that it wouldn't be getting back up. It wasn't as big as I'd been expecting, a little smaller than a mountain lion, but that hadn't made much difference to the goats. It had been torn apart. It had killed the animal with a vicious bite to the neck and had gone after the organs next. It had been in the middle of feasting on those when it was interrupted. "What the hell is that?" I asked. I nudged the creature with the barrel of the gun. "That's what's been killing my animals for the past week," Papito Juan said bitterly. "Chupacabra." I looked at him, a little confused. I'd heard the name before. It was a made-up cryptid that decorated merch of tourist traps. As a child, I would have believed in them. But I knew better now. Chupacabra? Seriously? You gotta be joking. That's just a story. Does that look like a story to you, boy? Pepito Juan replied, and crouched down beside the dead beast. It's small. Maybe a juvenile. The one I saw a few weeks ago looked bigger. He sounded concerned, and then looked back up to me. Did you see anything else? Was there another one? No, I didn't. Just this one. I looked down at the creature, the chupacabra, and I could barely believe my eyes. Might just be that my eyes are mistaken, Pepito Juan said softly. Go get the gas can so we can burn this. I'll round up the animals. I did what he said, and I watched as he dragged the chupacabra out of the barn to burn the body. As it burned, Pepito Juan rolled himself a cigarette and lit it. He stared at the carcass of the creature and its victim, stoic and silent. How many of these things have you seen? I finally asked. I've lived with him almost my whole life, and I've never once seen anything like that. A few, he replied. They first came to my father's ranch when I was a boy. They're hunters by nature, insatiable appetites, and tough to kill, and vengeful. I'm not sure if they feel like we do or not, but their kind can smell each other from far off. If they smell a dead one, they'll come to investigate. I don't know if he has any friends, but I don't want to find out. They're rare these days. I figured most of them died out years ago, hunted to the brink of extinction by angry ranchers. They're rare these days. Most who claim to see one are liars. He took a drag of his cigarette. They usually stay down south. Never expected to see one so close to the border. Hopefully this one's just a straggler. Staring into the flames, I looked back over at Pepito Juan. Has it been here long? I asked. Not sure. Heard about some killings down the road, but that could have been coyotes too. There were a few here earlier this week before you came. I shot at it a few nights ago and was hoping I'd scared it off. Well, I guess it's got the message now. I murmured, and Pepito Juan chuckled. Yes, I suppose it does. But I tried not to dwell on that night, and I tried to focus on my chores and help as much as I could. After all, whatever that thing was, it was dead now. We didn't talk about the chupacabra that next day and the night that followed. I slept soundly. I thought about telling Eliza about what I'd seen, but I didn't know if she'd believe me. I wasn't sure if I believed it. It was a couple of days into my stay when I went into town that afternoon to pick up supplies. Pepito Juan had intended to go, and I made him stay in his spot at the kitchen table. You rest up. You work hard enough as it is, I told him. I'll make the trip. Don't spoil me too much, boy. This old man has to stretch his weary bones every so often. He can stretch them when I'm not around, I replied. He huffed in approval and seemed to accept that I was going whether he liked it or not. Well then, if you're offering. Stubborn as he was, Pepito Juan seemed happy that I was willing to save him the trip. He handed over the keys to his truck and helped me make a grocery list. There was a small store in town, a few miles down the road. I recognized some of the people inside and lost a bit of time catching up with them and making small talk. The old community hadn't forgotten me, even though I'd left. I was appreciative of that. The drive back to Pepito Juan's ranch was relaxing. I hummed along to the radio, and as I pulled up to the house, I felt content. Stepping out under the sun, I brought the groceries inside and called out to announce I was home. Hey, old man! No answer. Pepito Juan? He wasn't in the kitchen or in his bedroom. My next stop was out back to check the barn. I found him laying in the dirt between the house and the barn. He was on his side. From a distance, I didn't see the damage. I didn't see how he'd been torn open and ripped apart. Even now, I wish I'd never seen it. I'd seen my fair share of gore and death. Pepito Juan had made me slaughter animals for meat in my childhood. He taught me how to gut and skin. But it's different when you see someone you love cut open like that. The scream of anguish that came out of my throat was deafening as the tears streamed down my cheeks. Flies crawled across Pepito Juan's open eyes, looking for a place to lay their eggs. I shooed them away as I cradled his body, and finally I had to pull myself away to call the police. They chalked it up to an animal attack. He had been complaining about similar livestock attacks, and the predator had probably seen an opportunity to ambush him at the time. No one talked about how there was no blood in his veins or near his body. The local authorities shot a couple of coyotes who'd been in the area, and the small town blamed the killings on them. It was the most logical answer, after all. I buried Pepito Juan beside my parents in a nearby cemetery. Later, I told the lawyers to sell his ranch. It was my property now, to do with it as I pleased, and I knew that Pepito Juan wouldn't have wanted me to stay tied to it. He had wanted me to continue living my own life, and I thought it was a better way to honour him than holding on to a piece of land I didn't want nor need. When all was said and done, I went back to old El Paso early, driving home in a haze and into the arms of Eliza. On my first night back, she held me as I cried and let out all my grief. It hung over me like a cloud, but I still tried to go on like I was supposed to. But the world felt like a darker place. I'd lost my father, and in him, I'd lost my home. I wasn't sure if going back to work would be a good idea, but I ended up being thankful for it. It took my mind off of Pepito Juan. Just the return to some sort of familiar routine felt nice. The restaurant was a little more upscale than a standard bar and grill, but not by much. I'd taken Eliza here once or twice myself, and the food was good. The managers treated me well, and most of the staff was nice to be around, save for one of the line cooks. His name was Rob. I'd known from my first week when I caught a glimpse of the swastika tattoo on his arm that he and I would never get along. And sure enough, Rob hated me, simply because I'd been born a few hours south of where I worked. But he at least knew enough not to say anything about it. Management tolerated him, but only as long as he did his job. The dining room had a nice panoramic window overlooking the highway outside. There wasn't much of a view, but I didn't mind that. Some nights we had live music, some nights I even performed. By the bar were a couple of TVs. They either played sports or the news, never anything else. When I wasn't too busy before the dinner rush, sometimes I'd watch them briefly. My first day back wasn't a particularly busy day. It was mid-afternoon and had only a couple of tables to tend to. They were taken care of, and so I passed the time by watching the news. Though the TVs were muted, I could still piece together the story. There'd been a murder. A street musician I had seen in old downtown El Paso a few times. He'd been good, a guitarist like me. And with the pain of losing Pepito Juan still fresh in my heart, I found myself mourning him too fast as I went through my day. I didn't look into the murder until I got home and thought to Google it. Morbid curiosity made me want to know just what happened to the guy. And there was a small hope that whoever had killed him had been caught. What I found turned my blood cold. The guitarist had been found at a bus station that morning. There weren't many details other than he'd been mauled, and the police suspected it was a body dump, since there was no blood found at the scene. That was all I needed. I tried to dismiss my fears, but as I lay awake that night beside Eliza, I couldn't help but wonder, what if something followed me back from Mexico? The chupacabra was dead. I'd killed it myself, but Pepito Juan had said it had looked small. He called it a juvenile. He said he'd seen a bigger one. The second death, barely a day later, didn't ease my concerns. The victim was a motorist who'd been stopped on the side of the highway this time. No one I knew. I don't know if that made it easier or harder. The details had been the same. A mutilated body with no blood. This one was called an animal attack too. I guess that wasn't wrong. They just didn't really know what kind of animal had attacked them. Pepito Juan had told me that the chupacabra were vengeful, and I wondered what he meant by that. He told me that what mattered the most to any parent was to see their child thrive. And he'd called the chupacabra a juvenile. He said he'd seen a bigger one. I knew what was coming, and I knew it wouldn't take long to find me. They were hunters after all, and that's what they do. I thought about asking for more time off, but it didn't seem to make sense. Part of me didn't want to believe the danger I was in. I didn't want to believe that something was coming for me. Even if I could have asked, what would I have said? Explaining that I wanted more time off to hide from a chupacabra would have sounded insane. The management trusted me, but not enough to believe something like that. After the second attack, I figured I'd try some more practical measures. I bought a gun, a small pistol that I could hide easily. I figured I'd killed one of these things, I could probably kill another. While I worked, I kept it in my locker. I kept it in my hand as I walked to the car after work, and in my pockets whenever I left the house. It made me feel safer. Even as I heard stories of other animal attacks, they got little attention in the news. The police killed a mountain lion and hoped it would change things. It didn't. The attacks were close now. All near my apartment or the restaurant. It was close. It just hadn't found me yet. I thought about going out and looking for it, ending this all. But I didn't. Maybe I'm a coward, but I didn't want to give myself up to that monster. I wanted it to come to me on my own terms. Eventually, I got what I wanted. The management had a policy in place. They'd rotate shifts on who had to close the restaurant. Usually, I closed with a line cook named Terry, but Terry had been out sick that night, and Rob was the one working in his place. As we closed that night, we didn't talk. He cleaned the kitchen, I cleaned out the front and took the trash out at the door of the kitchen so he could collect it. He shot me a dirty look as I left it there for him. "Don't make me clean up your trash," he said coldly. "Go take it out yourself. I've got to clean the bathrooms. I'll take that out," I told him. "You're going out there anyways." Rob scoffed hatefully, but he didn't argue. I watched him grab the garbage bag I'd taken for him and drag it to the back door of the kitchen, where he stepped outside. He was still gone by the time I'd finished with the bathrooms, and that was a little odd. His cleanup was only half done. A mop bucket full of dirty water sat in the kitchen, unattended. I hefted the garbage bag from the bathrooms behind me as I tentatively stepped into the kitchen. Rob was nowhere to be found. It occurred to me that maybe he was having a smoke. I wondered if it would be better to leave the trash bag by the door for him, or to go out and throw it into the dumpster myself. He probably had seen the former as a gesture of disrespect, and the latter as an interruption. Either way, he'd probably get angry. I figured I might as well just take it out to the dumpster myself. He'd be less angry that way. Opening the door and stepping out into the cold night air, I immediately froze as I saw a familiar set of blood-red eyes. In an instant, I was back on Pepito Juan's ranch, in the barn. The beast stood over its kill. Rob still had a look of horror on his face, but I already knew he was dead. I doubt he even knew what had hit him. This chupacabra was bigger than the other one. It stood almost as large as the dumpster itself, big and bear-like. Its hiss made my bones quiver, and it crept over Rob's corpse to advance on me. Looking into those eyes, I knew that it recognized me. It knew who I was, and it knew what I'd done. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of massive fangs. I could see its rear legs tensing to pounce, and I ran. I forced the door behind me closed as I heard the chupacabra slam against it. I locked it before scrambling towards the personal lockers to find my gun. I could hear the creature slamming against the door, demanding entry as I fumbled the lock. I only barely got it off and had opened the locker when I heard the door behind me break. The hiss of the chupacabra filled the restaurant. I felt the grip of my pistol in my hand, and I immediately got low to the ground. The chupacabra crept through the kitchen, its heavy footsteps betraying its position. It sniffed the air and hissed in anger. Those footsteps made their way towards the lockers, but it wasn't there yet. I broke into a run, hearing it snarl as I bolted past it and through the kitchen. It was too big to move freely in there. It was too slow to catch me. I got through the door to the dining room and ducked under a table to hide. I clutched the gun close and watched the kitchen door carefully. The chupacabra squeezed through it with little effort, mere moments after I'd hidden. Its teeth were bared and it snarled angrily. It raised its head, sniffing the air to catch my scent. Then it began looking for me. It knew I was here. Even if I'd got out, it would follow me. It would kill me. That was why it had come, after all. It swept one of its front talons upwards, knocking over one of the tables near the kitchen. Its head darted around for any sign of movement, and found none. With shaking hands, I steadied the gun and took aim at it. As it raised its body up onto another table, using it as a perch to alleviate itself and keep sniffing, the wooden table buckled under its weight. I fired! The chupacabra barely reacted, but I couldn't imagine I'd missed. Its eyes immediately fixed on me, and its mouth curled back in a hellish snarl, defined by rage and hate. Stumbling out of my hiding spot, I fired again blindly. The chupacabra bolted towards me, and I only barely got out of the way in time. I caught myself hurling unlit candles and drink menus off the tables at it. They did nothing. I couldn't stop to line up a shot, and I didn't want to waste my bullets. I skidded to safety behind the bar, and the chupacabra slammed against it. The wooden fixture shook. I heard glasses fall and break around me. Its blood-red eyes appeared over the counter of the bar, glaring at me. I could smell the rot on its breath as it opened its horrible maw, and the feel of the tears on my cheeks as I cried in fear of death. Hopelessly, I fired at it, and again I saw it jerk back abruptly. The cry it made was neither one of rage or pain, and I hoped it was pain. The creature seemed to recoil, batting at its face, and I took the opportunity to jump over the counter and try to put some distance between myself and that monster. One remaining blood-red eye watched me, and it hissed in rage and barreled after me again. It knocked tables and chairs out of its way, shattering them with a single swipe of its powerful arms. I couldn't outrun it. There wasn't a chance in hell of that. Ahead of me, I saw the panoramic window. I could see cars on the highway, but it might as well have been just another wall. I'd bounce off the glass uselessly if I tried to jump through, and so powered by adrenaline, I turned sharply. Maybe, just maybe, I could reach the door. Maybe I could reach my car. Maybe I could escape. And the chupacabra did the same, but there was something neither I nor it had thought about. It was bigger and faster, but it wasn't as agile. Its talons scratched the floor as it tried to turn with me. Its massive body skidded a little, slamming against the window. I heard it huff in a rage and saw it getting ready to pounce again. In that moment, I saw my chance. I raised the gun and fired. The chupacabra jerked backwards. The window shattered, and it raised its taloned front legs to shield its face. All it took was one misstep of its back leg, and it lost its footing entirely. The chupacabra fell gracelessly out of the window and into the highway. I heard the screech of tires, and I saw a pickup truck hit it head-on. The chupacabra was thrown out of sight. I saw it roll along the ground and out of sight like a rag doll. The truck veered off the road, and I could see the outline of the driver in the cab. He didn't seem to be hurt, but I wasn't sure. For a moment, I stood stock still, gun in my hands and my body trembling violently. My eyes darted in the direction of the chupacabra and which it had been thrown. I saw no sign of it. Had it run off? How badly was it hurt? I wondered if the impact had been enough to kill it, or at least wound it. There wasn't any sign of the body, just empty scrubland and highway as far as the eye could see. The truck's driver was shaken but safe. His grille had taken a serious dent, but that was the worst of it. He called the police for me, and they showed up soon afterwards. I kept my story vague and just said it was an animal attack. What they pieced together was that a bear had killed Rob. It was looking for food in the dumpsters, and he disturbed it, and that it attacked me, fell out of the window and got hit by the truck and run off. I didn't say anything different. No one would believe I was attacked by a chupacabra. Why try and convince them? I quit my job the next day. The restaurant would be closed for repairs, and I'd seen what was after me, face to face. That night, I told Eliza everything. She didn't believe me at first, but I know what I saw. I killed one of those creatures at Pepito Juan's ranch, and I was attacked by another one at the restaurant. It tracked my scent and followed me home. It was going to keep following me. I don't live near El Paso anymore. I don't live anywhere these days. Eliza and I headed north. We sleep in motels and we're hoping to find somewhere to settle down soon. We can start again there, maybe start up another band and rebuild our lives. I don't know how far we need to go. I'm hoping I'll figure it out soon though. I just know we haven't gone far enough yet. 2 days ago, we stayed in a little motel just off the highway outside Denver. A couple of hours ago, I heard on the radio that the owner was found dead. He'd been drained of blood. He isn't the first. Someone dies in every town we visit. I've made my peace with that. I know that I am to blame. Eliza tells me I'm not, but it's me that it wants. I killed its offspring, and it wants to return the favor. The chupacabra is coming for me, and I don't know how much further I can run. Let's get into tonight's story, entitled Infected City, Part 1. Let's get straight into that. We're almost at the LZ, the chopper pilot said to us. Roger that, Captain Reynolds responded and turned to the rest of us. Safety off and get ready to go. All 6 of us readied our weapons and waited for the chopper to land. When it did, we got out to the grey cloudy skies above and a cacophony of military orders being shouted all around us. I observed the gigantic wall which cordoned off the infected city. It stood there, insurmountably, not letting anyone in, and more importantly, preventing anyone from getting out. Captain Reynolds, follow me, one of the soldiers said, and we went after him to a giant metallic entrance. A high-ranking elderly officer was shouting at a timid soldier in front of the gate. Colonel, they're here. The soldier who escorted us saluted the colonel, grabbing his attention. He looked like he hadn't slept in days due to the dark bags under his eyes. The officer nodded at the soldier, dismissing him, and gave Reynolds a stern look. You're here early. Were you briefed? He asked, with a scruffy voice. Just the basics. Reynolds responded calmly. Our orders are to rescue Dr. Kidman, secure his research, and escort him out of the city. The general nodded and took us to the tent which had a map of the city on the table in the middle. Kidman was last located at the pharmaceutical company here. He pointed to a location on the map. Reports indicate the place was overrun a few days ago when a couple of civilians went inside, but the horde has dispersed since then. You may run into a few stragglers though. If Kidman is dead, secure his research and get out. What's the report on the survivors? Reynolds inquired. That's none of your concern. Chances are most survivors are already dead, and those who aren't are infected with T. gondii. If you encounter any survivors and deem them a threat to the mission, use lethal force. If they are not in the vicinity to become a direct threat, ignore them and move on. Rescuing Dr. Kidman and securing his data is priority. With all due respect, Colonel, but we don't answer to you. I interjected, somewhat annoyed. We're not military, and the reason we were sent here in the first place was to fix what your guys couldn't. He jerked his head to me, but seemed unfazed by my statement. That's enough, Pierce. The captain shot me a stern glance and then turned back to the colonel. What kind of behaviour do the people infected with T. gondii exhibit? You ever seen a zombie movie? The colonel asked, his gaze still fixated on me before looking back at Reynolds. Rabid behaviour? Bracken, the explosives expert, asked. The colonel nodded. Well, they basically tend to attack violently, regardless of the disadvantage they might be in. They mostly come in groups though, so be careful not to draw too much attention since they can swarm you. Another thing you need to keep in mind is they tend to show intelligent behaviour, so they might try to act human sometimes before actually engaging. And that's why we can't risk rescuing survivors. He looked back at me. Understood. Anything else we should know? Reynolds asked. That's it. We'll keep in touch via radio. Once you find the dock, radio HQ for evac. Come on already, we're wasting time, damn it, Daniels, the loudmouth of the team, shouted. Daylight's burning. Alpha, move out. Reynolds ordered, and the colonel gestured to the gate guards to let us through. One of the two soldiers swiped a card on a reader next to the gate, and it started opening slowly, as if to give us enough time to change our minds before it was too late. As soon as it opened by a crack, I was able to see a street littered with mutilated dead bodies and bloodstains on the ground. Road ahead's infested with those freaks, so we have to go around to reach the dock's location, one of the soldiers said. Reynolds nodded and walked past the threshold. The rest of us followed. As soon as all 6 of us were inside, the gate closed behind us. The noises of the military behind us got muffled, but were still audible, giving a false sense of security. None of us looked back, although I'm sure everyone on the team contemplated whether we had just sealed our own fates. Weapons ready, and keep quiet. That means you, Daniels. Whatever. Daniels mumbled under his breath. The dock shouldn't be far from here. We can take this route. Button, the team scout said. As we rounded the corner, all noises from outside the city died down, leaving us with a deafening silence. The number of corpses on the streets decreased in comparison to the front of the gate, but it was still a gruesome sight for eyes. Jeez, look at this mess, Daniels said quietly. This parasite the government's been experimenting on is quite something, huh? Well, let's not stick around to end up like 'em, I responded, shooting a glance at a young woman who had her entrails hanging out of her belly. Let's find the dock and get out. What's so special about this doctor? Jackson, the team's quietest member, asked. He's got a cure for all of this, Reynolds said. If we find him, some of these people can still be saved. And in case the infection spreads, he'll be able to stop it. Wait, you hear that? Lincoln interrupted, and the whole team stopped. There was a distant, high-pitched scream, followed by a regurgitating sound. It came from over there. Lincoln pointed to the east. Let's turn here, just to be sure. Reynolds pointed to the adjacent street, and we followed him. We walked for a few minutes in silence, listening as the screams intermittently permeated the air all around us, always distant, but close enough to put us on edge. Hey, you guys see that? Daniels looked across the street into an antique shop with a broken glass. There was a little girl standing in the shop, staring at us, motionless. We gotta help her, he said, striding towards the girl, ignoring the captain's orders to get back. We quickly followed to try and stop him, but he was already inside the shop, kneeling in front of the little girl. She stared at him with a blank expression, not responding to whatever he was trying to communicate with her. The rest of us pointed our guns at her as a precaution. Whoa, put the guns down. He turned to us, raising his hand. Daniels, move the fuck away from her, Reynolds ordered. She's just a little girl, Captain. She's not going to do us any harm. Before he could finish the sentence, the little girl's blank expression turned into one of pure anger, and she lunged at Daniels, knocking him on his back. There were a few seconds of wrestling, Daniels holding her at bay while she floured her arms and legs, spitting and screaming. Burton used the butt of his weapon to knock the girl out, instantly muting her screams. Jesus! Daniels shoved her off himself and stood up, backing away. Burton approached the girl and leaned in to make sure she was unconscious. He then turned back to Daniels and said, What the fuck were you thinking? This is exactly what HQ told us to avoid, you moron. Everyone stared at Daniels, who held his head down. In retrospect, we should have been a lot more cautious, because the next moment there was a loud thumping sound, and when we all looked at Burton, he had a large glass shard sticking out of his neck. He grabbed at the shard and pulled it out, making blood spurt out of his neck, and then fell down, knocking over a few remaining antiques from the shelves. The little girl stood over his body, staring down at him with bemusement. Reynolds fired a few shots at the girl, instantly making her fall limply, and then he ran to Burton, who was coughing up blood and gasping for air. "Burton, stay with me," he shouted in panic, pressing down on his bleeding neck. After just 1 second, his gloves were soaked in Burton's blood, and the pool that formed around him on the floor kept growing bigger. Burton stopped coughing and went completely still, his eyes still open in shock. The captain stood there motionless for a while, and then stood up and strode to Daniels, grabbing him by the collar and pushing him against the wall. The rest of us were about to intervene when the radio crackled to life and a voice resounded on the other end. "Alpha, Alpha, they're onto you. You have a horde inbound from the north." Just then, the air was filled with the most horrifying, blood-curdling screams I had ever heard before. Infected City, Part 2. Let's get straight into that. "Let's move," Reynolds shouted as the sounds of the violent screams that were distant just before drew closer by the second. We ran outside, leaving Burton's body behind, and as soon as we set foot on that street again, the screams became even louder and more rabid. A few people sprinted into our direction, flailing their arms aggressively. They had bloodshot eyes and the same look of pure hatred which the little girl had. Some of them had blood on their clothes, and I was certain that it wasn't their own. We fired a few shots and stopped them in their tracks, but just then a big group of them appeared right around the corner. There must have been at least 100 of them, all sprinting at us with such visible hate in their eyes that I knew they couldn't wait to get their hands on us to rip us apart. "Move your fucking asses, Alpha!" Reynolds shouted between shots, and we started to retreat down the street. More of the freaks intercepted our path, so we turned left into an alley and ran for it, shooting the occasional zombie that would be in our way. The horde was right on our heels, which I heard from the snarling and shrieking behind. Some of them were shouting something, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. "There, go!" Bracken pointed to a school at the end of the street. We started sprinting towards it in unison. The doors were open, and we jumped inside. I turned around and fired a few shots at the horde, making a few of them stumble down, and the ones behind them stumble over the dead ones and lose balance. "Close the door, now!" I shouted, while the others shut the door, holding it as firmly as they could with their backs. Daniels tossed a metal pipe to them, and they barred the door with it, backing away just in time for the horde behind us to bump into the door, making it rattle violently. And for a second I thought it would give way at the hinges, and so I held my gun at the ready, as did the others. But after a few failed attempts at breaking in, the violent crashing turned to simple banging on the door, after which that stopped completely, as well as we were left with only the sound of a heavy breathing. We breathed a sigh of relief, but only for a second. The sound of something loud crashing to the ground came from the floor above, followed by a set of frantic footsteps echoing from one end to the other and then stopping entirely. "All right, here's what we do," Reynolds said, pointing his gun at the ominously black, dark hallway in front of us. "We go to the back entrance of the school. It'll lead us right where we're supposed to be, and from there, it's a straight shot to the dock." We all nodded in agreement and started moving through the school very slowly. Since most of the windows were barricaded in a hurry, it was pretty dark even with the light coming in through the cracks, and we had to turn our lights on to navigate the hallway. It quickly became apparent that the school teachers and students tried to hide inside, but didn't make it. The hallway and classrooms had dozens of corpses in them, teenage students and school staff alike, all killed brutally, some massacred beyond recognition. As we passed by one of the classrooms, we saw through the open door a student inside, sitting at his desk, clutching patches of the hair on his head so tightly it looked like he would rip them off. He was rocking back and forth, mumbling something. We snuck past him as quietly as we could, keeping an eye on him along the way. "Damn it, hallway's blocked," Reynolds remarked when we reached a bunch of chairs and tables stacked up highly, blocking us from going through. The exit was right there beyond the barricade too, Double doors barred with a metal pipe, just like we did at the entrance. There's a staircase on the other side. Bracken pointed beyond the barricade. We can probably use the stairs from the second floor to reach the exit. We agreed, turned back to look for the stairs. When we passed the classroom from earlier, the student was gone. I didn't want to peek inside and risk being seen, so we just decided to use extra caution. After a couple of grueling minutes of walking through the dark, corpse-infested corridors, we reached the stairwell, which led to the second floor. Just as we got to the bottom of the stairs, there was a sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground on the floor above, followed by a barely audible grunt. Eyes open, Reynolds ordered and took point, climbing the stairs slowly. The second floor was even darker than the first one, with no visible light coming from any cracks between barricaded windows. There was almost no corpses there either, just a few bloodstains here and there, knocked over lockers, etc. I wasn't sure if I should be alarmed or relieved at the lack of dead bodies, and as we proceeded, another set of footsteps resounded somewhere in the distance behind us. We quickly turned around, but no one was there. Then another one from another direction we were just facing before. We turned just in time for our beams of flashlights to catch a figure disappear behind the corner. We held our breaths, trying to detect the faintest noise. Reynolds gestured for me to watch the Team 6, so I moved to the back and pointed the gun into the corridor behind us. As we started moving slowly, I walked backwards while keeping an eye on anything that could surprise us. Slowly but steadily, the staircase we had ascended upon was moving further out of my view, and we were close to the other set of stairs which would take us down to the exit. And then I heard a voice in the distance. It sounded like someone pleading or crying. I stopped to focus on it. It wasn't far away, coming maybe from the classroom on the right. Looking back now, I know I should have ignored it, but my conscience couldn't shake the feeling that it might be someone innocent, in distress. I slowly inched closer, trying to decipher what the sound was. I opened the classroom door and it became a lot clearer then. It was definitely a female voice pleading, but also faintly banging and scratching on the door at the back of the classroom. I couldn't make out any words aside from please, though. I felt myself moving inevitably towards the noise, each step making the voice clearer. The woman kept repeating phrases like, "Please, I'm locked in here. I need help." As I reached the front of the door, in addition to the meager banging and scratching, I could see the door rattling slightly. I stood there for what felt like an eternity before finally grabbing a doorknob ever so slowly. As soon as I did, all sounds from the other end stopped, as did the rattling itself. I braced myself to unlock the door, and then I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around quickly, pointing my gun at Lincoln, who simply shook his head and said, "Don't." I looked back at the door, and then nodded to Lincoln. As we started towards the exit, the pleading and banging started again, and this time more hysterical than the last time. We ignored it and went to catch up with the team. We saw them at the end of the hallway, pointing guns around the corner, not moving, and as Lincoln and I turned there, we froze as well. In the hallway in front of the stairs stood dozens of the infected people. They all faced in our direction motionless, but had their heads down and eyes closed. It looked like they were sleeping while standing. It was surreal, as if someone had just unplugged their batteries. They didn't even react to the flashlight beams. Reynolds slowly approached the one in front and bent down, cautiously shining the light directly in its face. "Captain, what are you doing?" Bracken asked. "They're unresponsive. I think we can get past them," Reynolds whispered, straightening his back and lowering his gun. "You willing to bet your life on it?" Bracken replied. "Come on, follow me." Reynolds ignored him and squeezed his way between the freaks. The rest of us shot each other a suspicious glance and then followed the captain. We moved slowly between the freaks, doing our best not to touch them. After a minute or so of grueling maneuvering, not knowing if any of them would attack us at any moment, we were in the clear and the staircase was in front of us. "Holy fuck," Lincoln said, coming out last from between them. That was intense. He was barely able to finish that sentence before the next thing that happened. All freaks in the hallway suddenly lifted their heads in unison. "Lincoln, run!" I shouted, and we opened fire, but it was too late. Lincoln was swarmed by them, and they were biting, scratching, and mauling him. We tried to get them off him, but they were coming at us as well. Lincoln's screams were drowned out by the shrieks of those lunatics, and pretty soon we found ourselves running down the stairs with rabid voices at our heels once again. When we reached the first floor, Bracken removed the pipe from the door and kicked it open, allowing us to get inside the school gym. There was a door at the far end, and we ran to it, our footsteps echoing throughout the whole room as the screams following closely behind. "We can't let them follow us," Reynolds shouted and faced the incoming horde. He started to unload into those fuckers, and we followed his lead, mowing them down one after another. There were dozens of them, but we managed to put through enough distance between ourselves and them to shoot them all down before they got close. Even when only a few of them remained, they ran right at us, never retreating. The gym, that was pristine and untarnished when we walked in a minute ago, was now littered with countless dead zombies. Reynolds reloaded his gun, visibly tired and furious. Beads of sweat were hanging from his temples, and he stared at a pile of dead bodies in disgust. "Damn it! Poor Link." Daniel shook his head. "Let's move," the captain coldly said and turned to the door. "The dock's close now." Infected City, Part 3. Let's get straight into that. The air outside felt welcoming, despite the smell of rot and death in it. We barred the school door behind us to prevent any stragglers from ambushing us. When we returned to the street, the coast seemed clear. There were dead people everywhere, crashed signs, cars, and broken objects, but nothing was moving. "Alpha, give me a sit rep." The radio voice sounded. "HQ, this is Captain Reynolds. We lost 2 men, but we're close to the target location." "Copy that. From what we can tell here, nothing's moving near the pharma company, but you can expect some resistance inside." "Roger that. All right, people, let's move it," Reynolds ordered, stepping up his pace. When we rounded the corner, Reynolds pointed to the big building near the intersection, and he said, "That's our target. We need to be quiet, so get your knives out and, in case we're overwhelmed, open fire." The building's entrance was completely obliterated. Glass shards were once part of the entrance door, littered the floor of both the interior and exterior of the company. As soon as we stepped on the glass and made a crunching sound, a very short but violent gasp was heard from inside. Then, frantic, uneven footsteps got louder by the second until one lady showed up in front of us. She had blood around her mouth and bloodshot eyes. She stared at us, snarling and hissing. Her head was twitched, and I wondered if the person she was before was still aware of anything, or the parasite took over control completely. Reynolds stepped forward, clutching the handle of his knife firmly. "Come on, gorgeous," he taunted the lady. That was more than enough for her. She screamed and ran to the captain, but he stopped her by grabbing her by the neck. She flailed her arms trying to reach him, still having bloodthirsty expressions on her face. Reynolds held her like that for a few seconds, and then with a swift move, stuck the knife into the woman's eye. She immediately went limp and fell to the floor. The rest of us secured all other entrances and waited to see if the woman's screams attracted more of them. No one came, and so we were safe for the time being. Reynolds picked up his knife and used the radio. "HQ, we're in. Dr. Kidman and his research should be in the lab on the 4th floor. HQ responded. We proceeded through the ransacked facility. It was surprisingly empty. A few dead scientists here and there, garbage bins and vending machines knocked over, but nothing else in particular. When we finally reached the 4th floor, we followed the signs to the lab section. The laboratory had glass walls, which I assumed were heavy duty and not easily breakable. The inside of the lab itself looked like a mess, with various broken vials and spilled liquids on the floor. From what I could tell, no one was inside. There was a vending machine on the inside leaning against the door as a barricade. "Anybody seeing anything?" Reynolds asked. "Nothing," I said. "The doc could have left by now, or died." "Let's check the lab," Daniels, Reynolds gestured to the team member. Daniels slid the door aside with his free hand and carefully pushed the vending machine to stand upwards. Weapons out, Reynolds commanded, sheathing his knife. We did so and went inside, scanning the room. Dr. Kidman, Reynolds called out with his gun raised. We're here to rescue you. Are you here? A few seconds of pause ensued, and then, out of the corner, a person in a lab coat jumped out, rushing, with scissors in hands at Reynolds, who turned away. Just as he was about to stab the captain, I opened fire on the attacker, knocking him backwards on the floor. Hold your fire, Reynolds shouted. He looked at the attacker, who was holding his bleeding wound, writhing on the floor. God damn it, Pierce! We needed him alive! Reynolds got in my face. Nice seeing you again, Captain. The attacker spoke in pain, scooting away and leaning against the nearby wall. The government sent you to salvage what they fucked up? Captain, you know him? I asked. Reynolds turned to the doc. Kidman, I was hoping you'd be more reasonable, he said. Give us what we came for, and we'll provide you with a first aid. The doctor chuckled, but his expression quickly turned into agony, and he said, You know as well as me, I'm a dead man, and there's no way I'll cooperate with those fuckers. I won't let them have a sample or my research. Captain, what's he talking about? Bracken asked. The captain didn't respond to this. The doctor let out a short laughter and said, Oh, you poor bastards. You're not here to rescue me or find a cure, he responded. Your real objective was to secure a sample of T. gondii and steal my research so that the government can continue to weaponize the parasite. Shut up, Reynolds yelled at Kidman. The doctor continued. But you're too late. I already destroyed everything. Research, samples, all gone. You destroyed them? Reynolds was furious. The doc chuckled painfully again. Look around you. This is the future that the government wants for the entire nation. They're not interested in a cure. And why would they be? The whole purpose of the parasite is to control the people. It's too valuable for them just to let it go. Is this true, Captain? I asked. Reynolds kept quiet, to which the doctor laughed again, and he started wheezing loudly. Just like me, you were used, he said before closing his eyes and sliding sideways onto the wall, going completely limp. Captain, I called out again. We have orders, Reynolds responded. What the government does with this is for the greater good of the nation. Greater good? Have you not seen the thousands of innocent dead people by now? Women, children. How is this for the greater good, Captain? I won't argue with you, Pierce. You can follow your orders or you can die here. Your choice. By this moment, white, hot rage was boiling inside of me. I simply pointed my gun at the captain, which he did right back at me. I can't allow you to do this, Captain, I said with my hands shaking. I'm warning you, Pierce. Stand down, he said, looking impatient but in control of emotions. We had a stare-off, what felt like hours. I expected the captain to simply shoot me, since to him the mission had always come first. I had completely forgotten about my teammates, and then another gun was pointed to the side of Reynolds' head. Drop the weapon, Captain, Bracken said. Daniels went to the other side and pointed his own weapon. Reynolds eyed each of us as if he was weighing his options. Don't do this, Captain, I said when I saw the indecisiveness in his eyes. He stared at me, his weapon gripped harder than before, veins bulging on his temple. And then, he just lowered the gun, allowing Bracken to confiscate his gun. Just then, the radio crackled to life. Alpha, what's going on over there? Reynolds stared at me coldly and said, If we don't secure the sample, there's no evac. Let's find a sample and go home. Alpha, respond, HQ said again. I ripped the radio away from Reynolds and threw it on the ground, stomping on it. You stupid motherfucker, Reynolds shook his head. Face the wall, over there, I gestured with my gun. Are you joking? Face the fucking wall, I shouted. Reynolds obeyed, placing his hands onto the opposite wall. Daniels, Cuff him, I said. Daniels cuffed Reynolds to the radiator and stepped back. You're making a big mistake. The captain jerked his cuffed hand effortlessly, making a clinking metallic sound. There's no way out of this city, you dumb fucks. When we're out, we'll radio HQ to rescue you, I said. We'll leave you with enough food and water until then. We dragged the vending machine close enough to him so that he could reach into it with his free hand. The remaining three of us turned around, ready to leave. Don't leave me here, you sons of bitches, Reynolds scoffed. I'll find you. I'll kill you all. You hear me? I'll kill you. We ignored him and waltzed out of the building while his cursing and yelling followed behind. When we were finally out, rain had started. So what the fuck do we do now? Bracken asked, stepping into the rain and turning to us. There's got to be a way out of here somewhere. A place they're not observing. I responded, not believing my own words. Just then, a voice came over the radio, but it wasn't HQ. Infected City, Part 4. Let's get straight into that. This is Adrian Taylor's. I'm in the clock tower and I have survivors with me. We'll be leaving the city in 4 hours. If anyone's alive out there, get to the tower ASAP. Repeat, we will be leaving in a few hours. After that, you're on your own. We listened to the voice over the radio carefully, hanging onto every word. God damn, this could have come at a better fucking time. Daniels grinned. Hold on, this could be a trap. Bracken shook his head. Well, trap or not, we really have no choice right now. I told them and leaned into my radio. Adrian, do you copy? No response. Adrian, do you copy? I repeated. Maybe it's a one-way radio, Daniel shrugged. Well, either way, let's go and check it out, I said. It's either that or we die in the city. HQ won't help us. The drizzle outside quickly turned into a downpour, which worked to our advantage, since we could move faster without alerting the infected to our presence. The clock tower was on the other side of town, and so we had a long way to go. Night fell soon, and the rain showed no signs of subsiding. We pushed on. There were a few stragglers here and there, but they were either wandering the streets aimlessly or just standing and twitching. We were able to get past them without being noticed, and so the only problem we encountered up until then was when we reached the main street leading to the clock tower. We were on an elevation above the street and were able to overlook our path to the tower. The clock tower rose high from a distance. Its giant handle stopped on 9 hours and 25 minutes. The road between us and the tower was littered with hundreds of zombies just standing there, with no particular reason. The radio resounded again. This is Adrian. We're at the clock tower and we'll be leaving in 3 hours. If anyone's alive out there, try and make it here before then. After that, you're on your own. Adrian, do you copy? I tried again, but no response. We need to go around these guys, Daniel said. What's the best route to take? Let's slide down this hill and then we can take a detour, Bracken responded. I observed the slope in front of us. It looked a little risky, but doable. The bottom had a muddy pond, so the landing looked safe. I nodded. Without any hesitation, Bracken stood up and approached the muddy slope. With careful footing, he started to slide down. Daniels and I watched as Bracken balanced himself perfectly, all the way down, until reaching the bottom, falling waist deep into a pond of mud. He then gestured for us to follow. You go first, I told Daniels as he slid down a little less graciously than Bracken, but still reached the bottom safely. It was then my turn. I took position on the slippery slope and slid down, gaining speed as I went further down. Then I fell into the muddy pond, managing not to dive under. Alright, let's... I started and then stopped. I felt something grip my boot in the pond, and before I even had a chance to shake it off, a figure jumped out of the mud and tackled me, causing the both of us to fall into the mud. Before we dove under, I saw a hairless face with an open mouth and bloodshot eyes trying to produce a dry screech. I felt the dirty water filling my mouth and bony fingers being wrapped around my throat. And then, just as quickly as the fingers grabbed me, they went loose and jolted up, spitting mud. I wiped my eyes just in time to see Bracken pulling his knife out at the skull of the assailant. "Move, Pierce!" He yanked me up, wiping the mud off his own face. Daniels was already across the street behind a house, out of sight of the horde, and waiting for us to get our asses there right away. We looked at the horde and saw one zombie staring suspiciously in our direction, so we bolted out of the mud and joined Daniels. The zombie approached the pond of mud where we were just in before, and sniffed, and hissed, looked around and then turned left. I spat the remaining mud, which was in my mouth, and then cursed. That was too damn close. Bracken scoffed. We took a detour, which was relatively safe, save from a handful of freaks here or there, which we managed to sneak past. In about 20 minutes or so, we had finally emerged from an alleyway and reached the clock tower. There was a massive wooden door at the bottom, with a couple of zombies walking around. The three of us split up and took care of the zombies with knives before they could hear or see us. I knocked on the door loudly. No response. I knocked again. "Hey, we heard your broadcast," Daniel shouted. "We're just looking for a way out." We waited some more, with only the sound of rain accompanying us, and then the sound of the door unlocking came from the other side. The door opened a crack, and a teenager stood there, timidly observing us from behind the door. "Hey," I said softly, "we're not going to hurt you. We heard your broadcast. We're looking for a way out." He didn't respond, but instead looked at my teammates. "We're not the government," I said, suddenly realizing armed soldiers didn't really make a good first impression. The boy hesitated for a few seconds before swinging the door wide open and motioning for us with his head to come inside. All right, get on." He shut the door, muffling the rain outside. The place inside was ransacked, and with the salvaged items we used for a barricade on the windows. Inside were two more teenagers, a boy and a girl. "I'm Adrian," the boy who let us in introduced himself. "This is Clara and Tom. Hey, can you put those guns down? You're making me real nervous." "Adrian, we heard you over the radio. You said that you were leaving the city. You know the borders are guarded, right?" Bracken said. "We do." Clara nodded. "Adrian has a friend who's going to pick us up with a chopper." "A chopper?" Daniels frowned. "That's a rich friend you got there." "I guess you could say that," Adrian said. "We need to be on the rooftop of a nearby building soon. Having connections is pretty useful, huh?" "The city's surrounded by military. The chopper won't be able to enter the city, not to mention getting out." I shook my head. "My guy is the military. Relax, it's all good. We'll be out of here in no time." Adrian smiled. I sighed, suspicious of the whole situation. How is that guy, who's no older than 18, had connections with someone who pilots a chopper in the army and is able to get them out of a quarantine zone? But I decided to go along, since we had no other choice right now. "So how long until your guy gets here?" Bracken said as he sat on a nearby bench. "He'll radio us when he's close. It shouldn't be long now," Adrian responded. We spent the next couple of hours waiting, talking to each other and trying to make the time go faster. I contemplated everything we had been through so far and wondered what Captain Reynolds was doing at this moment and if he was still handcuffed in the farmer company. And then suddenly a voice came over the radio, jolting me back to reality. "Adrian, you there?" the voice said. Adrian rushed to the radio and picked it up. Yeah, I'm still here. Are you coming?" "Yeah, I'll be there in a few. Get to the landing zone." "Okay, let's go." I stood up and went to the door. "You guys stay behind us," Daniel said to the teens. I opened the door and we went out. The rain almost completely stopped. "Over there," Tom pointed to a building across the street. We climbed the fire escape and made it to the rooftop, and soon we heard the whirring of a helicopter in the distance. In a matter of minutes, the bird was above us and slowly it landed on the building, making all papers and other trash on the roof scatter. The pilot turned off the engine and the chopper doors opened. Then, all of a sudden, a group of soldiers emerged, pointing their guns at us. "Drop your weapons! On the ground, now!" They shouted commands at us before we could explain anything, and we were forced onto our knees and our guns confiscated. "So you actually got 'em. Adrian, nice work," one of the soldiers chuckled, and I was confused. "Hey, what's going on, Adrian?" I asked, but the soldier shut me up. Just then, another soldier stepped out of the chopper, stretching his back and cracking his neck. It was Captain Reynolds. "Captain?" Daniels tried to stand up, but was knocked back down by a soldier. "Surprise, surprise, arseholes," he said, focusing on me. "Told you I'd find you." Adrian interjected. "Listen, this little family reunion is nice, but let's talk business. We upheld our end of the deal. Now it's your turn. Pay up." Yeah, sure. Men, give them their reward," Reynolds responded. The soldiers raised their guns and opened fire, and there was a loud scream and a "please God no" before it was silenced forever. "Fucking brats," Reynolds shook his head and continued. "Thought you'd just leave me behind and abandon a mission, huh? Well, no matter. We managed to secure one sample the doc didn't destroy, and so the mission is accomplished. But we just can't let you go home. No. Not after what you pulled at the pharma company. So, now, let's see which one of you pricks will be lucky. If it were up to me, I'd kill you all right here. But HQ? They have other plans." He pulled out a device that looked like a scanner and pointed it at me. Pressing a button on it, it started producing a synchronized beeping sound. "This device will tell us if any of you are infected." He held the device trained on me for what seemed like forever, and my heart felt like it would just jump out of my chest in anticipation of what was going to happen. And then the scanner started to beep violently, and the red light on the front started glowing. Reynolds lowered it and smiled. "Well then," he said, "looks like we got ourselves an infected one." Infected City, Part 5. Let's get straight into that. I stared at the captain in disbelief. "I'm infected? How? How did I contract the parasite? No, that can't be right." I shook my head. "I'm not infected." "Well, let's check it again then." Reynolds pointed the scanning device at me again and pressed the button. The beeping started after just a few seconds, and the red light turned on, and the beeping became even more violent. "Nope, still infected," Reynolds shrugged. He approached Bracken and scanned him, just like me, with the device turned red. "Shit," Bracken cursed. Reynolds approached Daniels and scanned him as well, and after a few seconds of beeping, the light turned green, and the beeping stopped. "Well, lucky you, Daniels," Reynolds said. "You never did get your hands dirty, did you?" Daniels sighed in relief and then glanced at us with a look of guilt on his face. Before I could fully comprehend what he was thinking, Reynolds pulled his gun out and blew Daniels' brains out. "No!" Bracken tried to stand up, but was knocked down and beaten by the soldiers. Reynolds knelt down in front of me. "You guys are the lucky ones. You get to go home alive." He stood up and gave a command to one of the soldiers, entering the helicopter. One of the armed men approached me and swung his gun, and everything went black after that. After God knows how long, I woke up in a brightly lit room. I adjusted to the light and observed my surroundings. I was in white clothes that resembled that of hospital patients' gowns. I was located in a tiny room with a bed, sink and a toilet inside. In front of me was a huge pane of glass with a door in the centre, and on the other side pristine white walls and a perfectly clean ceiling and floor. An exit door was on the other side, as white as the walls, barely distinguishable from the walls. The glass was blocking me from exiting, and I started to understand in my half-conscious mind that I was a prisoner here. "Hey! Hey!" I shouted, and then started to ram the glass door with my shoulder. After about 10 rams, I saw that there wasn't a single mark there, and my shoulder was throbbing. I shouted some more, knocking on the glass, but there was no response from anyone, and so I sat down, defeated, and thought about everything. The last thing I remembered was me being scanned for an infection, Daniels being killed by the captain, and me getting knocked out. How the hell did I get infected? Was it in the muddy water? I wondered where Bracken was. I looked around and saw a surveillance camera in the upper corner of the room, and so I started to shout at it. "Hey, I know you can see me. Tell me what the fuck's going on here." I wanted to reach for the camera and rip it off, but it was way beyond reach. I cursed, pacing around the room for what felt like hours until I gave up and just lay on the bed, falling asleep. I woke up to the sound of the door slamming shut. I raised my head and saw Reynolds with 2 armed men in the room outside, striding towards me. "Rise and shine, pretty boy," Reynolds shouted, and I approached the glass door. "Reynolds, what are you doing?" I asked, furious and desperate. "You're infected. Therefore, you're valuable to the government. You're going to stay here and be used as a test subject so the researchers can continue to improve the parasite." "What?" "Who knows? One day, when the parasite is under control, you might even walk free, but only if we're certain you'd be obedient. This is a very noble cause you're volunteering for, Pierce. The parasite takes over sooner. Your experiments won't give results if the parasite has already killed the host." You're right. And that's why one of the scientists in the facility has concocted an antidote, or whatever, which freezes the parasite for a long time. He smiled maliciously. "Where's Bracken?" I asked. "Oh, don't worry about him. You just do what we say, and you won't get into trouble." He placed his keycard on the door, and it opened. "Turn around and put your hands behind your head," one of the soldiers ordered, and I obeyed. They handcuffed me and dragged me to the laboratory, where I was placed in a chair while the doctor gave me a shot. A soldier stood in the room the whole time, observing me. "This will freeze the parasite," he said, "for at least 1 month. After that, we'll give you another one, but if you start to notice any changes, let me know." He turned around and asked the soldier to help him with something at the shelf of vials. The soldier approached the doc, and they were turned away from me. I looked around to see if there was anything that could help me escape. There was a scalpel right next to me. All I need to do is grab it and stab the soldier before he turns around. I glanced at the soldier and then at the scalpel again. It was now or never. I braced myself to get up and grab the weapon, and just as I was about to do that, another soldier walked in through the front door. "Doc, HQ wants a report on the blood tests," he said, glancing at me and then back at the doc. "Yes, right away," the doctor responded. "Please escort the subject back to his containment." The moment was over. I was too late. I was taken back to my cell, being mocked by the soldiers along the way for being the predicament that I was in. From there, being tested was a regular occurrence on a daily basis. It must have been about a week of living in that cell when one day, no one simply came to bring me any food or take me to the lab. I thought it might have been a day off or something, so I simply continued sleeping. But then, a few hours later, a power outage occurred, enveloping the room in complete darkness. I heard gunshots and screams echoing in the distance, and instantly I stood up, squinting in the dark and trying to make out what the sounds were. "Emergency power restored." A voice echoed throughout the facility, and red lights turned on in the room, giving me some form of visibility. Then, the glass door in front of me suddenly opened, and I stared in disbelief. I was free. Just then, the entrance door swung open, and a soldier barged in with his gun trained on me and his flashlight blinding me. "Freeze!" he yelled. "Don't shoot!" I raised my hands. The beam of light searched my face, forcing me to close my eyes. The soldier then lowered his gun, allowing me to see his face illuminated by the emergency light. "Come on, Pierce. We're getting the fuck out of here," Bracken said. Infected City, the final. Let's get straight into that. "Bracken, you made it!" I could hardly contain my smile. "There's no time for bromance, damn it. We gotta move. The facility's been compromised. There's an outbreak." He handed me a handgun and led me through the door. "Listen," he said. "Zombies or not, you can't hesitate. If they catch us, they'll put us back in a cell and continue their research." "So how do we get out?" "I have no idea where the fuck we are," I shrugged. We're in one of their underground research facilities. We're on floor B21. We can take the elevator out, but... But what? We can't let this thing spread. We can't let the government kickstart this program again, either. So how do we stop them? Bracken then pulled out a C4 explosive and said, "The main generator is on floor B31. If we blow it up, it'll initiate a chain reaction and this whole facility will go to hell." Wait a second. Soldiers are probably everywhere. We'll never make it. Soldiers are busy trying to contain the outbreak. There's only going to be a few of them down there. Come on, let's go. Before I could say anything, he turned around and proceeded down the hallway, forcing me to follow him. Hold on. He stopped me when we reached the corner. I heard voices and we peeked. I saw soldiers frantically yelling orders and pointing their guns at something. They started shooting and screams suddenly filled the air, echoing throughout the facility. And in seconds, the soldiers were overwhelmed by those rabid freaks. "Now's our chance. Let's move," Bracken ordered, and I followed him. "The elevator on this floor has guards in front, so we've got to use the stairs," he said, jumping over a dead scientist. I saw through the glass military and research personnel being attacked in the lab next to the corridor, but we used the diversion to move along without attracting anyone. Soon, we got to a fire escape and entered a flight of stairs leading both up and down. When I looked down, I couldn't see the bottom due to the dark and the fact that the stairs stretched so far down. As we descended down the stairs, I suddenly felt dizzy, and my legs became heavy as if they were made of lead. My stomach burned like someone stuck a fire poker in there. "No time, Pierce. Move it!" Bracken helped me up, his boots echoing throughout the room. "The parasite," I muttered. "I think it's starting to get to me. I thought the scientists froze it." Bracken shook his head. "No, they sped it up. The parasite can remain dormant for years inside the host. They wanted to speed it up." I felt my heart sinking, and, with it, all of my hopes. "There's no cure, Pierce. There's no way out for us. But we can give the people another chance. We have to do this. You got it? Do you got it?" He shook me by the shoulder. I gave him a weak "yeah," and he urged me to get back on my feet and continue. I couldn't despair now. We had a mission to complete. My strength returned and the pain in my stomach subsided. So, we continued. About halfway through, I asked, "How the fuck did you get out? And get that gear?" "Well, there was a subject who got taken over by the parasite," he responded while continuing down the stairs. "He attacked one of the guards and I took down the other one and then killed the infected. I took the guard's weapon and uniform. I fucking hate those patient clothes that they gave us." I chuckled. Even here at the end of the world, he was nonchalant about everything. Just as we reached floor B27, the door swung open and 3 soldiers barged in. They spotted us, but before they had time to react, Bracken and I shot all of them. As they fell dead, the unmistakable screams of the infected resounded throughout the facility, and too close for comfort. I grabbed one of the dead soldiers' assault rifles and continued to run down the stairs with Bracken. I turned around to see how far behind he was, and seeing he was only a few feet away, another door burst open and a zombie ran in between Bracken and I, sprinting at my teammate. Bracken shot him, and then 3 more ran in, practically sliding into the room. We eliminated them as well, and Bracken rammed the door before the others could join and held it with his back as it rattled violently. "Go! I'll hold them!" Bracken shouted, throwing me the C4. "Set the charges!" I picked it up, and when he saw my hesitation, he yelled for me to go once again, and I listened, telling him to hold on. I descended as fast as I could, hearing screams and gunshots on the upper levels. And when I finally reached B31, I opened the door and ran towards the main generator room. 2 soldiers pointed their guns at me, commanding me to freeze, but I shot one and ran for cover. The other one opened fire, but missed. I shot from around the corner and managed to hit him in the shoulder, knocking him down. I ran to him quickly, kicking his gun away from him, and shot him in the face as he begged for his life. The main generator room was much larger than I expected, and the generator itself occupied most of the space. I secured the area and pulled out the C4. I set the timer to 10 minutes and placed it on the generator, and from a side where it wasn't so visible. I then ran outside the room and sprinted across the corridor towards the elevator. Before I could reach it though, someone jumped on me from behind the corner, tackling me to the ground and making me drop my gun. "Not so fast, Pierce," Reynolds shouted, pointing his gun at me. I kicked his shin, knocking him down, and jumped on top of him. As we wrestled on the ground, I punched him, but he managed to knock me off of him. I got up just in time to see him swing his knife at me. I dodged and used the momentum to slam his head onto the wall. I grabbed his hand and slammed it against the wall over and over until he dropped the knife. As we struggled like that, he managed to wriggle out of my grasp and charge at me, knocking me onto my back, and he was on top of me now and started punching me violently. "You're not gonna stop this, Pierce," he shouted, swinging violently as my face exploded with pain from each punch. He then put his hands around my throat and squeezed. I looked to my left with a darkened vision and saw the knife on the floor. With all my remaining strength, I reached for the knife with my tips of my fingers and swung with all of my might. I felt it connect with something, and Captain's weight was off me. Reynolds pulled the knife out of his shoulder and looked at me with pure anger in his eyes. I turned on my stomach, ready to crawl away, my vision blurry and my breathing painful. In front of me on the floor was the gun I had dropped when Reynolds tackled me. I crawled towards it, hearing Reynolds cry while he charged me again. I grabbed the gun and turned around. Reynolds was running towards me with a knife raised, and I pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. I did it again and again, with him drawing ever closer. And just as he was about to bring down the knife on me, 3 loud bangs resounded in the hallway. Bam, bam, bam! Reynolds staggered, and his look of anger changed to one of surprise as he dropped the knife and fell to his knees, coughing up blood. I looked to where the shots came from in time to see Bracken limping towards me. "Well done, boys," Reynolds chuckled painfully. I looked up at me as I stood up. "You did it. But you're already dead, man. You know that, right?" He fell on his side, clutching the part of his chest where Bracken had shot him. "Either way this ends, we stop this thing from spreading. That's all that matters, Captain. I hoped getting killed over nothing was worth it." I stepped around him and called the elevator. You didn't stop shit." I turned around to face him, and he continued. "This thing will spread. Millions will die. It'll be all your fault." I felt more anger boiling up in me, but I controlled myself. Bracken, however, pointed his gun at Reynolds, completely red in the face. Just then, more screams of those zombies resounded throughout the facility, drawing closer by the second. The elevator door opened. "Bracken, leave him. He's dead either way," I said. "He killed Daniels," Bracken said. "And I'd do it again," Reynolds laughed. "I gotta say, blowing his brains out like that and silencing his loud mouth forever, priceless." Bracken seemed even angrier, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Bracken, don't do it. That's what he wants," I implored. The air was filled with those screams, which got louder and louder. "My only regret was not being able to kill each one of you that way," Reynolds continued. "But that's why I brought you here, so you can continue to serve as playthings for the government until the parasite is ready, and then it can be released again. And you, Bracken, would be the national hero who caused all of that." He laughed again. Bracken looked like he was going to explode. "Do it!" Reynolds shouted, while I screamed the opposite. The screams were getting very close now, and then Bracken just lowered his gun. "You're going to die a slow death down here. I'm going to let those freaks tear you piece by piece," Bracken said, and entered the elevator. "Goodbye, Captain," I said, and pushed the ground floor button. Dozens of zombies were coming down the hallway in our direction now. The captain reached to us with his free hand and said, "Pierce, don't leave me like this. Don't let them get me. Finish me off." I watched as the creatures started tearing Reynolds apart, and his screams mixing in with that of the zombies before the elevator door closed. Bracken and I were quiet for the duration of the ride, listening to the echoing cacophony of screams, shots, and moaning. We hoped the elevator would not stop anywhere along the way, and luckily, it didn't. When the door finally opened, we sprinted out and through the empty lobby into the dark woods. I helped carry Bracken due to his leg injury, and we ran for what felt like hours, even though in reality, it was just minutes. We stopped to catch our breaths, looking around for any potential dangers, and just then, the ground beneath us started shaking slightly, and soon after, we heard a very faint explosion in the direction of the facility. We did it, Bracken. I gave him a pat on the shoulder, exhausted more than I'd ever been in my life. Now let's get out of here before backup arrives. He nodded. We managed to escape there and are currently in hiding. I can feel myself changing gradually day by day, and I'm losing control of my body, and so I know I don't have much time left. I'll have to end it myself before I'm completely lost to the parasite. I'm okay with that, since we managed to stop the government's experiment from spreading again. At least, that's what I thought. There are more and more reports coming in on the news of people committing acts of violent attacks on other citizens all over the country. There seems to be no connection between any of the attacks, except for one tiny detail that they all share in common. The attackers all have bloodshot eyes.